right, so we are going to be catching up with day 2 of the Monica Sementilli trial. It was supposed to happen yesterday, day 2, and we're sitting here waiting and we couldn't figure out why wasn't it coming on. Well, evidently one of the attorneys had a car accident, so they pushed it to today. So we were one of the last to know, unfortunately, when you're going by social media and YouTube trying to figure out what's going on. That was not very helpful or quick, but we now know that's what it was. So if you were on with me yesterday, that is what happened. But Monica is accused of orchestrating her husband's murder. She started having an affair with Baker, who was an instructor at her gym, and he had somebody, a friend or acquaintance, come in and help him do this, and they stabbed him. It was a really horrific crime scene. They actually started showing pictures. I was surprised sometimes they don't do that if it's more graphic, but they did. So we got to see some of that yesterday. It was only the opening statement yesterday. So today is going to be pretty long, I think. And they're just starting to get it going. So I'm going to fade this over, see where we're at. Let's see if it's starting now.
To remind you of what we were talking about when I left off last Friday, we were discussing that on the night of February 21st of 2017, not even a month after the murder of her husband, the defendant was followed to this location, the Dime Bar on Fairfax Avenue, by a surveillance unit, the Gangs and Narcotics Division. As you recall, I talked about the fact that the defendant and Baker went into the location for a while, that the defendant came back out. She was smoking a cigarette, and they observed as she began speaking with the bouncer, began rubbing the bouncer's inner thigh area, grabbed him by the back of the neck and began kissing him. And that those observations will be testified to by Detectives Chang and Anaya during the course of this trial over the next several weeks. Also that same night, this is a text string between the defendant and Jessica, the eldest daughter, who is once again, as you saw in multiple text strings that I presented to you last week, I know it's been several days, is wondering where her mother is. And this is at 10 o'clock at night, and you can see for yourself the defendant's response. One thing that I did want to mention to you is that because of the fact that there are so many witnesses in this case, there's somewhere, I think we started out at somewhere around 200 and cut it down to somewhere around 75. We have many, many witnesses who either don't live in the state or don't live in this country. And we are obviously trying to coordinate everybody's schedules and their various work activities and life events and vacations. And so you may not hear the evidence come in a sequential fashion that makes sense. In other words, we may have to take witnesses out of order, out of chronological order, which is another reason why I'm being so thorough in my opening statement, so that you'll see where we're going, like a roadmap. And I'm talking about some of the witnesses, and then at the end of the case, during closing, I'll have the opportunity again to speak with you and put the witnesses into context, as I mentioned, with respect to the law that Judge Cohen will give you, that will help you to make decisions in this case. So I just wanted to bring that up today because as we're starting with witnesses, perhaps this afternoon, we'll start in a sequential order, but then from there, you might see that people are being taken out of place in a chronological order, but when you hear them talk, you'll say, oh yeah, I remember when Ms. Silverman mentioned this person or this piece of evidence in her very lengthy opening. So the next day, the evening of February 22nd, so remember the defendant is out on the 21st at the dime bar. Her daughter is texting her, where are you? When are you going to be home? The surveillance detectives follow the defendant and Baker back to this location. I think I mentioned this also last week. This was a friend of Baker's, Roger Brown, who you'll hear from in this case, who lived at 331 Salem in Glendale. And after the murder, Baker stayed for a few days with, you'll hear about Sheila Salahian and Ricardo Cabrera, and then after that, towards the end of February, he's staying in Glendale, and the defendant's going back and forth from Glendale to pick him up at night for them to go out. This is a picture of that location, and what you're going to hear is in the early morning hours, around 2:55 in the morning, when the defendant and Baker finally get back to the Salem address where Baker is staying at the time with Roger Brown, Detective Chang installs a GPS tracker on Baker's black Ford Expedition, which is what you see here, and the vehicle was parked at that time in the parking garage of this location. The photograph that you see on the bottom right is a photo of Baker's vehicle. However, that's a photograph that was taken at a tow yard where subsequently it was taken after arrest for purposes of processing and to see the evidence that was in it, which I talked a little bit about last week. The following day, February 23rd, about 10:28, the defendant posted this. Again, as you read this, you can see how the evidence shows how persuasive she is in trying to get people who are reading these public posts, that being the victim's family and friends, her own family, the co-workers, everybody that knows her. She's posting this on a public platform in order to get across the message that you've seen in multiple posts such as this, that she is completely devastated and heartbroken. So again, as I mentioned last week, showing you the dichotomy once again, and this is almost on a daily basis, between the fake public image that she's posting versus what's going on behind the scenes in her actual life. Later that same night, on February 23rd of 2017, it would be 1 month after the murder of Fabio Sementilli at 9:17 p.m., the defendant once again posts to Instagram along with a photo of Fabio and this caption. Your Honor, could you please inform the jury why it is that they are not seeing the photographs that she's posting?
So, for legal reasons, I have limited the people to showing 2 photos of the decedent in life and no more. It's not because of them, it's because of me. It's because of legal issues. Thank you.
So, she posts a picture of Fabio along with this message. That's why the background that you see seems to be similar on all of the Instagram posts. So if you know about how Instagram looks, you get the idea of what her page looks like, but we're not allowed to show you the actual photos. So she posts a picture of him. This is the caption that she writes, once again, trying to get across her her sentiment to the public and to everybody that knows her or Fabio that this is really what she's feeling on the inside. Yet, as you know from listening to what I said on Friday and what I continue to talk about this morning, she spent the entire month after her husband of 20 years was slaughtered in their backyard, either with her lover, Robert Baker, or, as you heard, sending him naked photographs of herself or close-up photos of her intimate body parts. Again, that same night, she's out again. And here you see a text exchange between, again, the defendant and her daughter asking when she's coming home. And this occurs on, again, the night of February 23rd, where the defendant once again picks up Baker at Roger Brown's apartment on Salem in Glendale, and they go out for the night. One more thing I want to point out, you'll see that at the bottom she uses the excuse that she's going out to karaoke. You'll see in some of the upcoming messages that I show you that she uses karaoke basically in place of what she's really doing in order to indicate to others, in this case her daughter, that she's doing something that is both innocuous and innocent. On this particular night, she stays with Baker after they go out at the Glendale apartment until 4:22 in the morning before she finally drives home to her daughters. February 25th at 7:59 in the morning, again, the defendant posts this to her Instagram account along with a photograph of Fabio. And you know that this is a lie because later that night, the surveillance crew, G&D again, follows her and Baker to this location, once again, Roger Brown's apartment, where she picks him up. They go out on the town, and they return back to his apartment about 12:41 in the morning on the following day. That would be the 26th, where she stays at this time until 3:14 the next day on February 26th before, again, driving home to her daughters. And once again, during this night, you see once again the same type of text messages between the defendant and her daughter, talking about the fact at 11:40 that she's going to be out late. On February 26th, the following morning when she gets home, as I mentioned, she stays with Baker at his apartment until 3:14 at Roger Brown's. The next morning at 10:24, she posts this along with another photograph of her husband, Fabio. And later this same day, she leaves on a trip for Toronto. And she is in Toronto from February 26th, returning home on March 3rd. Now let me show you about what she posts while she's in Toronto. So on February 27th at 7:17 in the morning, she posts again a photograph of Fabio with this caption. And as you can see here, they're going to visit his burial site that day. And so she posts this. On March 1st at 7:08 in the morning, the defendant again posts a picture of Fabio with this caption about spending time with his mother, talking about how she is spending time with his family and friends. And again, you can see here from this evidence how she is playing the role of the grieving widow and manipulating everybody, including...
I will allow this.
manipulating everybody, including Fabio's heartbroken mother, whose only son was murdered. Another one, the following day, March 4th, 2017, at 10 a.m., the defendant posts a photo of Fabio with this caption here. Remember I told you about how one of the things Fabio loved to do would be to sit in the backyard in his covered patio and smoke a cigar, and she makes reference to that. On March 4th, the defendant returns home and immediately goes back to her late night activities with Baker. And again, you can see the text messages once again between the defendant and her eldest daughter, Jessica, asking when her mother's going to be home. A few days later, on March 7th, although the defendant doesn't know, you'll hear that LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division takes the case over from the Valley Bureau detectives who were initially handling Detective Verna and his partner, Detective Parshall, and that at that point in time, the Valley Bureau homicide detectives are working together with robbery homicide detectives because the original detectives had built some...
I'm interrupting, but just so you know, those text messages, and they say the dates, that was March 14th, I believe it just said, with her and her daughter, Jessica. Her dad hadn't even been dead for 2 months at that point. He was murdered on January 23rd. So the mom was continuously going out late, starting almost immediately after he was murdered. So I can't even imagine the two... They were older teenagers, but they were still very young. I can't even imagine being in the house where he was murdered. It had to be scary and upsetting and needing their mom.
Or with the defendant. And they were assisting Robbery Homicide Division, who is now in the process of getting up to speed and taking over this case. And so you're going to hear from Detective Christopher Gable about their investigation. What you're going to learn is that Detective Gable and his partner, Detective Tellis, decided to have Detective Parshall introduce them to the defendant, and they were, again, going to play a ruse, not indicate that they were from the elite Robbery Homicide Division, who handles, as you'll hear, complex homicide investigations, and they have a lot of other resources available to them because of the nature of the investigations they handle. So they decided to have the initial detectives introduce themselves as, introduce the RHD detectives as members of a knock-knock burglary task force. And so that's how they are introduced to the defendant, so that they don't tip her off that this case is now becoming more significant, and that they know that she's lying to law enforcement and having an affair and involved in her husband's murder. Because as I told you, on February 14th, they received the preliminary hearing results of the DNA from the crime scene, as I talked about, and the interior of Fabio's Porsche, the driver's compartment. On March 8th, 2017, the next day at 8 in the morning, the defendant posts a photograph of herself along with Fabio with this caption. Later on the same day at 9:47 a.m., she posts a photograph of, again, herself with Fabio, showing their wonderful relationship with this particular caption. Again, I pointed this out on Friday. You can see where she ends with the tag sign, love of my life. You're going to see LOML, standing for love of my life, in various jail letters, what's referred to as kites within the custodial system, to, at that point in time, her co-defendant, Baker. Also on March 8th, I told you that the defendant had multiple calls with Detective Parshall and Detective Verna that were recorded. March 8th was one of those recorded conversations. as I mentioned to you again last week, one of the things that they wanted from her was paperwork regarding the DVR system, the security system, the CCTV camera system that had been set up. And here you have the defendant on tape saying, I haven't found any paperwork or anything like that, even on my debit or my bank cards. My insurance company is going to replace it for me. I just went online and Googled and tried to find out what it looked like, when we know she's lying because she was the one that was there for the install, if you recall. So she goes on to continue telling them that Fabio actually was the one who upgraded the system, lying to them in order to distance herself from the security system. Keep in mind that when you hear things like this, that she's lying about something, usually the reason people lie is because there's some reason for it, right? And in this case, it's because she's trying to distance herself from that remote access to the surveillance system, because that's what she used. Because, again, she's trying to distance herself from the security system because that's what she used in order to assist her in orchestrating the timeline for Fabio's murder. So you can see the investigating officers are questioning her regarding replacement of the system, but she claims she's still waiting for her home insurance company, State Farm, to give her the money to do so. Because remember, she's broke. So again, on March 9th, at about 7:19 p.m., there is a surveillance unit that is following the defendant and Baker. This time, because Robbery Homicide Division has taken over, they use their own surveillance special investigative section that's assigned to robbery homicide. Those individuals work for a unit that's referred to as SIS, the Special Investigation Section, and so they take over from gangs and narcotics doing the surveillance at this point, and they follow the defendant, and they see that she meets up at this petrol gas station across from the defendant's apartment. Baker gives the defendant a bag of clothes. You can see on the right, she's showing some of the items of clothing that he's purchased for her, and then the photograph on the left of the two of them kissing. And then at that point, Baker drives the two of them in the defendant's, what was Fabio's originally Ford F-150, and SIS follows them to a location called the Goodnight Bar in Burbank, where they arrive somewhere around 8:15, 8:20 at night, and they stay for a period of time. You'll hear that about 9 o'clock, maybe 5-10 minutes after, the defendant and Baker then drive over to the Laugh Factory Comedy Club on Sunset Boulevard. Once again, you'll hear from the SIS detectives that they're followed to that location. And at that point in time, SIS installs their own GPS device on the defendant's Ford F-150 so that they can track where she's going even without them following her. Again, that same night, this is a string of texts between the youngest daughter, Isabella, recall hearing her 911 call. She's the one that found her father a month and a half earlier, bleeding out dead on their back patio. And at 10:12 that night, she's asking if her mother or her older sister can come home because she's alone all the time and she doesn't like being left alone at this home, and you can imagine why. And then you see the response from her sister saying that she'll be coming home at 11. And this text goes on where she talks about the fact that she's always at the house by herself, that she doesn't like being in this house, and that it's much worse when she's alone. And again, during this time period, we know at 10:15, the defendant is still out, with Baker being followed by the surveillance unit. And again, the text messages go on where she says she's making a therapy appointment for the next day. just to remind you, Isabella at this point in time, she's a 16-year-old girl who found her father stabbed to death. And so this evidence demonstrates for you how important Baker must be to the defendant in order to
Overruled.
This evidence demonstrates once again how important Baker must be to the defendant in order to allow her child to suffer like this alone at home in this house. And you can see the defendant's guilty by saying, oh, I'm so hurt and disappointed, I'm coming home. Well, she's obviously not going to come home. So you can see that at this point, the daughter has no choice because now she feels guilty for making her mother feel guilty or bad. And so she says, never mind, it's fine. And that's at 10:20. Then the eldest daughter texts her mother separately saying, don't feel bad, have fun being out. And of course, at this point in time, the defendant is still at the Laugh Factory. I mentioned that one of the defendant's close friends was a woman by Deborah Obad who took a couple of photographs, if you recall, of Baker at the wake that took place at the family home on January 29th. Remember those photographs I showed you? And in one of those photographs, if you looked close, you could see that he had a bandage on his index finger, and in the other photo, he was sitting close to the defendant near the fire pit, right in the area where he had slashed Fabio to death days before. On the morning of March 11th, Deborah Obad, who suspects the defendant is having an affair, knows that the defendant is lying, drives by the Sementilli home and sees Baker's Ford Expedition parked in front. So she takes this particular photograph and then sends it over to LAPD detectives Verna and Parshall because she's tipping them off again about Robert Baker. But recall, as of February 14th, she had tipped them off about Baker, but on February 14th, they got confirmation via the initial round of DNA evidence that was analyzed. 3 days later, on March 14th, at about 1 in the afternoon, the defendant posts this to Instagram with a photograph of Fabio. Again, indicating she is his proud wife. Again, with the hashtag love of my life that you'll see in a few minutes. On March 16th, the defendant calls Detective Parshall again. Remember I told you that throughout the course of the investigation, when Valley Bureau Homicide was handling it, she would call on a regular basis because she wanted to know where they were at in their investigation, what evidence they had, and that Detective Parshall and Detective Verna were not going to release anything, and so they kept making excuses to throw her off the trail because they didn't want her to be able to destroy any evidence or to interrupt their investigation. And at this point, she's asking specifically about DNA results from the samples that were collected from Fabio's Porsche. She again mentions to Detective Parshall in this recorded phone call that she's anxious to collect the life insurance proceeds. Remember, we talked about how she started making inquiry about the proceeds the very night of the murder and had her friend Deborah Obad texting the CEO of the company, Sal Macheri, about the life insurance because Monica was asking, and he found it so unusual that he was showing it to people in HR. And she says here in this call that not only is she anxious to collect the life insurance proceeds, but that the HR department at Fabio's company, Wella, needs confirmation from LAPD in order to clear her name so she can get the money. And you'll hear a recording of that call. On the same day, after making that call to Detective Parshall at about, let's say 10:45 that night, March 16th, again, the defendant posts to her public Instagram account a photograph of her husband, Fabio, along with this caption: again, continuing to create the public false impression that she is a grief-stricken widow. And as you read posts like this, you can imagine how that may instill guilt and sadness in other people so that they're willing to do her bidding, which you're going to see coming up. The next day, March 17th at 4:21 in the afternoon, again, the defendant posts to her public Instagram account this quote about her husband, talking about how he was the best husband ever. The following day, March 18th, she's out again with Baker, and the older daughter, Jessica, is asking her mother, are you going to be home late, or like kind of late, or really late? And this is her mother's response. The following morning, after arriving home on March 19th at about 10:45 in the morning, the defendant again posts a picture of Fabio with this caption. I told you the defendant often, the victim, Fabio Sementilli, often referred to his wife by a pet name Pootsie. Here she uses it in the Instagram account. All of which, as we know, is a lie because we know what she's been up to, all of that behavior being totally inconsistent with what she is trying to show here in her public Instagram accounts, that being grief or love for her husband. On March 20th, again, as I said, using the public social media in order to get what she wants, she contacts one of Fabio's colleagues at Wella, Melanie Garibay, who you're going to hear from. And Melanie Garibay was somebody who booked Wella's shows and conventions. These are large-scale shows with hundreds and hundreds of people in Las Vegas. That she had worked through various contacts in Las Vegas in order to, as you can imagine, set up these large conventions and block out rooms for their executive staff like Fabio and other individuals that would be traveling in from around the country and around the world. One of those people you'll hear, her name is Mindy. So the defendant reaches out to Melanie Garibay and tells her, asks her if she can get her a deal on a room in Las Vegas because she claims she needs to get away. She's going to go on a girls' trip, and she lies to Fabio's colleagues in order to get a deal. And of course, Melanie Garibay, feeling sorry for the devastated widow, the defendant, gets her a room at the Vidara at a special executive rate. And you can see here she says, Mindy from the Vidara is going to send you a confirmation tomorrow. And this is the hourly, the nightly rate when you are part of staying as part of a company like Wella. So in other words, if Fabio was traveling, or he would get a deal like this because of the business that they did there. And so the defendant gets a $99 a night suite at the Vidara, in this case manipulating Fabio's colleagues to get a deal. After booking her trip, on March 21st at 8:50, the defendant publicly posted this to her Instagram account along with a photograph of herself and Fabio. And you can see that she mentions that she's praying for justice. I will remind you that that is why we are all here in this courtroom today.
That last part was argument.
The defendant and Baker go to Las Vegas to celebrate and have fun from March 23rd to March 26th of 2017. They stay in the $99 a night suite at the Vidara, a fancy hotel, and you'll hear the defendant spends approximately $2,470 over the 4 days, even while she's complaining to everybody that she has no money. And you'll hear that she was complaining she couldn't pay her mortgage, she could no longer pay their pool man, their housekeeper, their gardeners. Late night on March 25th into the early morning of the 26th, while they're in Las Vegas, the defendant and Baker are at the Wynn Casino and the Intrigue nightclub, along with Baker's friends from Las Vegas, who you will hear from, Ron and Michelle Ray. You can see Michelle Ray in the top left photo. You can see Ron Ray with Baker and the defendant in the top right photo in the hat. And then the photograph in the center is a photograph of the defendant along with her lover, Robert Baker, who murdered her husband. You're going to hear that Ron and Michelle Ray met Baker in Las Vegas with the defendant for the first time. And you're going to hear that they were interviewed by law enforcement. You're going to hear that, according to the Rays, the defendant seemed to be the person that was in control, that she was controlling Rob Baker. You're going to hear from them she acted like she had a lot of money. When they went out to dinner together, she ordered wine even though they weren't drinking. And she picked up the bill acting like she was the big spender, and the dinner that night was over $500. For the four of them. What you're going to hear that's very unusual is that during this first meeting where they ever met the defendant, she never once mentioned that she had been married. She never once mentioned that approximately a month and a half before, her husband had been murdered. She never mentioned that she even had children. And she certainly didn't act, as you will hear from them, as if she was sad or grieving. In fact, what you're going to hear from Ron Ray is that the defendant talked about how she was planning on buying a home in Las Vegas for Baker, because Baker used to live there and he wanted to have a house there. And that she was going to do this after she sold her expensive house in California. She told them that she and Baker were planning on traveling. They were going to go to Italy. And that Ron Ray was going to add her to his contacts in his phone. And when he asked her for her last name, Baker said, just put Monica Baker, because she has a long Italian last name. And you're going to hear that the defendant just smiled, didn't correct him. And you're going to hear what that constitutes under the law is an adoptive admission when you get the jury instructions in this case. You're also going to hear that Ron and Michelle Ray told detectives that not only was the defendant very controlling over Baker, but that she was extremely loud and obnoxious, and that she repeatedly grabbed Rob Baker by the crotch and talked about his penis size. While in Vegas, at about, this could be when she gets home from her Vegas trip. She comes home on March 26th. At 8 o'clock at night, the defendant posts another photograph of Fabio with this caption talking about her daily posts and all the kind words and outpouring of love, which means that, as any of you who are on social media know, when you post something, sometimes friends and others will comment on your post and chime in, and what she's telling them is that that was therapy for her. It made her feel so much better, and she is, again, mentioning that she's sorry she wasn't reaching out or responding because she's been so busy. And in this case, we know she's been very busy because she's creating the life that she wanted with Baker. The following day, March 27th at 8 in the morning, 8:11, the defendant posts on Instagram again a photograph of Fabio with this caption. And she uses her husband's full name, including his last name. But in reality, we know from what we've discussed, what I showed you last week, the defendant is planning on shedding her last name, Sementilli, which you're going to hear about in the jail lockup recordings, as well as see in the jail mail or the kites that she sent to Baker, where she signs them, Monica Baker, and as she wrote in lipstick, if you remember, on Baker's bedroom mirror in November of 2016. On March 30th, once again, the defendant is out with Baker, and her daughter is asking when she's going to be coming home. And this is, again, the evidence showing when she's balancing these things in her life, the weight of the value of her daughters and their feelings versus what she wants to do, which is spend time with her Baker, which one wins out in the end, as you can see. And that text goes on, and the defendant says maybe she'll be home around 1:30. On April 3rd, again, the defendant posts a photograph, this time of her two children, Isabella and Jessica, along with Luigi, all three of Fabio's children, with the caption that you see here. As I've said, the evidence is going to prove that the defendant not only is extremely deceitful, but that she's a master of manipulation and a very convincing actress. You're going to hear that she used the murder of her husband in order to try and get a deal on a car for herself. And you can see here a text that she sends to her daughters, allegedly while she's at the Ford dealership. In this case, you're going to hear from two different individuals that worked for the Ford dealership. On the left, Gail Burlingame, the salesperson. On the right, Cesar Aviles, who was the sales manager. They're going to tell you about the act that the defendant put on when she came to the dealership on multiple occasions in February, March, and April of 2017. You're going to hear that the defendant initially told them that she wanted to buy out the lease on Fabio's Ford F-150. It was under Fabio's name, and she said that because her husband had passed away, she and her kids really wanted to hold on to his truck because it had sentimental value to them. And you're going to hear that Gail tried to work this out by calling the corporate headquarters. You'll also hear from these witnesses that the next time the defendant came in, she explained that her husband had been murdered, that she didn't have any money or a job, and that she was desperate because she couldn't pay her bills. And she said the holdup was she was waiting on the insurance money to come in before she purchased the truck. And you're going to hear that Gail Burlingame spoke with the defendant by phone and communicated by email with her after that date for several times. Before the defendant returned to the dealership for a third time, you'll hear that Gail Burlingame talked to the defendant on the phone, that the defendant seemed much happier. She said that she had finally received the money, that she wanted to come in and return the truck, because she now decided that she wanted a new car for herself. And so on April 3rd of 2017, the defendant went into the dealership, the Ford dealership, and said she had received the life insurance money from her husband's murder. She was extremely happy, as you'll hear. She looked at multiple new vehicles that she wanted to purchase. You'll hear she was there over 5 hours. She drove several vehicles, and that she kept leveling up to more and more expensive vehicles as she was there. You're going to hear that she eventually settled on a new 2017 Mustang GT. She wanted a convertible, but they didn't have it in the color she wanted, and she didn't want to wait. About 30 minutes after this conversation she had with Gail Burlingame, where she decided on this brand new Mustang GT, Baker comes into the dealership. And the defendant introduces him to Gail Burlingame as her friend Rob, and she tells Baker it's important to her that he liked the vehicle. And you'll hear from Gail that she and Baker began whispering to each other, touching each other, that it was obvious they were in a relationship, and that the defendant purchased every expensive option, including upgraded rims, prepaid maintenance, and various other things on this vehicle, while she still was telling other people that she had no money. After deciding on a $62,000 fully loaded new Mustang, the defendant turned in Fabio's F-150 and sold his Porsche, claiming it was too expensive to keep his vehicle. When the defendant and Baker were arrested on June 14th of 2017, they were both together in this brand new Ford Mustang, and Baker was driving. You're going to hear that the defendant bragged about her new Mustang, that she had a meeting at some point at her house with various individuals that you see here who were working for Fabio's company. These are some of Fabio's colleagues that were on his team at Wella. She told them she had given an Oscar-winning performance at the dealership so that she could get this particular vehicle. When they came to her house to discuss the fact that they were setting up a memorial event for Fabio, and the defendant very excitedly showed off some of the high-end options on her new car, which they found to be unusual. On April 6th, at about 5:30 in the afternoon, the defendant posted to Instagram a photo of herself and Fabio, along with this caption here. So again, by these daily posts, I'm assuming by now, you're getting the gist. That she is creating a completely false perception. And you can see how much work she's putting in on a almost daily basis to create that perception. 2 days later, on April 8th, these are photos taken outside of Baker's apartment building on Independence. Baker is taking pictures and video from inside the defendant's new Mustang as the defendant stood outside the vehicle smoking, as you can see here. These photographs were found in the defendant's iPhone. You can write down, if you're taking notes, number 119. This particular phone will come up again throughout trial. Later that same day, on April 8th, 7:17 at night, the defendant posted on Instagram a photo of Fabio's son, Luigi, who was living in Toronto, Canada at the time and attending college, wishing him a happy birthday. And you can see what she wrote about him, her relationship with him, and you'll certainly hear that all of this was fake as well. The following day, on April 9th, at 10:58 at night, the defendant again posts on Instagram a photo of Fabio with this caption here. Obviously, nobody following these public Instagram posts would suspect that she was at all involved in orchestrating her husband's murder. And then April 21st, 2017, at almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bella tells her mother. She's on her way home, and you can see the defendant is not at home. She says she's out on Melrose trying to find some clothes, going to dinner, and as I told you, the word she uses whenever she wants to try and create the perception she's doing something innocent or innocuous, she says she's going to karaoke afterwards. After the arrest, Baker's expedition, I told you, was towed to a tow yard so it could be processed. This receipt was found in Baker's expedition showing that Baker was with the defendant that day, shopping on Melrose, while the defendant was purchasing various items. A little later on that same day, April 21st, Jessica texts to her mother asking where she is, and her mother reiterates dinner and then karaoke. 2 days later, April 23rd at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the defendant's going out again, and here you can see she's telling her daughters that she might very well be sleeping out of the house that night. She says she's sleeping at Sheila's. You'll hear from Sheila Salehian. The defendant never slept over at Sheila's. Sheila lives with her husband, Ricardo Cabrera. And so, of course, the defendant, we know, was with Baker that night. Again, another lie she tells her daughters. On April 25th, the defendant and Baker go out on a double date with Sheila Salehian and Ricardo Cabrera, who you see here. The defendant and Baker plan to meet them for dinner at Chocho-san in the San Fernando Valley. At about 9:27 that night, the defendant sent the picture that you see here on the right of Baker eating oysters to Sheila because they hadn't shown up yet. Once they get to the location, you'll hear from Sheila and Ricardo that the defendant shows them her new Mustang that she had driven to the restaurant, and she mentions to the couple, that they, meaning she and Baker, bought a new Mustang. During this particular dinner, you're going to hear that the foursome planned another Las Vegas trip, and the defendant and Baker told their friends, Sheila and Ricardo, that they were making plans for their future together. On that same night, April 25th, again, defendant's eldest daughter at 9:18 is asking when she's coming home, which the defendant does not answer. On April 25th, later on in the night, you can see again the exchange between the defendant and her daughter. This is the defendant telling her daughter that since she's the mom, basically she can do whatever she wants. You see here, and throughout what I've been showing you, this is evidence demonstrating that she believes she has zero responsibility at this point for her daughters because she's embroiled in her new life. On May 2nd at 2 in the morning, again, the defendant's out with Baker, and her daughter's asking, when are you coming home? And at 2:50 in the morning, 2:49, she says she's on her way, and at 3:18, she's almost home. And here again, evidence of the same thing I was talking about before. The defendant has exhibits no shame. Once again, she hits up Melanie Garibay for a deal for a Las Vegas hotel room. Now she and Baker are going to Vegas with Sheila and Ricardo to celebrate Rob's birthday. And of course, Melanie doesn't hear this. What the defendant tells Melanie is that she's going with friends to Vegas. And so there's a text string between the defendant and Melanie that takes place from April 16th to April 21st. These are portions of their conversation regarding Vegas. You can see here the defendant mentioned she's going back to Vegas the beginning of May. She needs this time a 2-bedroom suite, or 2 separate suites. And then you can see once again from Melanie's contact in Las Vegas at the Vdara, that they have a suite for her and that they will comp one night. And the defendant asks, is this for 2 bedrooms? What's the total? And this is the executive rate that she gets, $199 plus resort fees. And the defendant says, once again, she'll take it. So we know then from May 3rd through the 5th, the defendant, along with her lover, go to Vegas for Baker's birthday. They go and meet Salehian and Cabrera there because they're going for, I think they were there for a Britney Spears concert. And Salehian and Cabrera staying in the other bedroom in this 2-bedroom suite at the Vdara Hotel with them. Monica pays for the whole suite. And you'll hear that they also went out and got together with Ron and Michelle Ray again, and also a friend of Baker's, another friend of Baker's from Las Vegas, Al Birdsong, who I mentioned to you last week. Al Birdsong is the individual where Baker and Austin stayed when they went to Vegas in July of 2016. So while the defendant is claiming that she's broke, she goes to spend 3 days in Vegas, pays for the suite, and she and Baker fly there. May 3rd, the defendant texts this picture to Sheila Salehian at 11:55 in the morning. What you see here is the defendant along with Baker, and in the back, the individual with no shirt on the couch, that's Al Birdsong. Sheila says, nice, where is this? The defendant says, Vdara Cabana. She purchased a cabana, and you'll see the invoice. On the night of May 3rd of 2017 in Las Vegas, the defendants planned a birthday party for Baker at Marrakesh Restaurant. You can see Ron and Michelle Ray there on the left, Al Birdsong behind them now wearing a black shirt. To the right, Sheila and Ricardo, that's Baker holding the cake with the defendant behind him, and you'll hear that the defendant once again picked up the check and paid for everybody. As I was describing for you, Ron and Michelle Ray mentioned that the first time that they met the defendant in March, the defendant would grab Baker's crotch and talk about his penis size. Here you can see it for yourself, captured in a photograph. You see the defendant grabbing Baker's crotch as they're posing there with Sheila and Ricardo at the Palms Hotel, and a photograph of her out partying on the right. On May 18th of 2017, for the first time, the defendant is introduced by Detective Parshall to the robbery homicide detectives. As I mentioned, Detectives Chris Gable and Tellis, claiming they were from a knock-knock burglary task force, that they believe that this task force may be responsible for Fabio's murder, which again was a ruse or a story they made up. You're going to hear that the detectives from Robbery Homicide Division recorded this interview, that they asked the defendant numerous questions, and once again, just as she did with the detectives from Valley Bureau Homicide, the defendant told one lie after another after another. You'll hear that Detective Gable, who you see here on the top right, asked her specific questions about the route that she took that day when she went to these various locations, such as LA Fitness or the Target or the Ralph's, where she parked, what she did. And you'll hear that her description did not match the surveillance video that law enforcement had gathered from these various locations. Once again, the defendant intentionally failed to mention that she had met up with Baker that day, either at the LA Fitness or in the Target parking lot, or that she was in communications with Baker all day that day, except for the period when the two of them were both in the Target lot together. And once again, she pretended she was unsure of Baker's last name. You'll also hear that, again, she denied knowing about having any remote phone access to her home surveillance system. She showed them a photograph of the safe in her bedroom that's behind a mirror and said the burglars didn't touch it. She explained that every time the mirror covering the safe is open, that she gets a text to her phone. That's part of the security system, and she didn't get any text. She admitted to them that all of her real jewelry was in the closet and wasn't taken. You'll hear in that day they show her photographs of various items of jewelry, asking if any of it's hers. And she claims perhaps some pearls, a chain, and a set of earrings, maybe. You'll also hear that she said the only people that ever really came to the house were Fabio's friends and colleagues, because all of her friends were in the Toronto area. And you're going to hear that she broke down in tears as she cried about her desperate need to be cleared so that she could collect her husband's life insurance money. May of 2017. Between May 26th to May 30th, the defendant and Baker go on yet another trip. This time they go to Myrtle Beach for Atlantic Beach Bike Week in South Carolina. And you'll hear the defendant spent approximately $834 there, not including flight or hotel, and that the history on her phone indicates that she and Baker were out driving around to various individuals' homes, swinging during some of the evenings they were there. You can see here on the top left that on May 18th, the defendant purchased tickets for the Paradise Party compound. She, as you'll hear, told her friends and family she was going alone to Myrtle Beach, and the reason she was going was to walk a golf course that Fabio had always wanted to play golf at in his honor. And at the top left, you can see is the defendant's email account, Hotmail account, which you're going to hear about. And on the bottom right is the ticket that she purchased for to attend the party. This is a photograph on the left of the defendant at the Paradise Party compound, a photograph of her and Baker together on the right. These photographs were recovered from Baker's SD card 157, which you'll hear about. This is a text string between the defendant and her sister, Anna Larson, where her sister confronts her and says she knows that Monica is lying about going alone to Myrtle Beach and questions her about who she's with. And you'll see throughout the text thread, the defendant continues as she lies to everybody else, lies to her sister. And the one thing that she says that is true is what we've been talking about, which is that the defendant is a completely different person from who everybody else thinks she is. And she admits this in this text message, although she continues to lie, saying she's together honoring Fabio by walking a golf course. This is photographs of the defendant and Baker together on June 2nd and 4th, recovered again from Baker's SD card 157. This is June 6th, where SIS surveillance, again, is following the defendant and Baker. They're followed to LA Fitness. They installed, while the defendant and Baker were inside of LA Fitness, a GPS device on the defendant's Mustang in the LA Fitness parking lot. And you're going to hear from SIS detectives Dave Frederick and others from his unit. On June 7th of 2017, you can see the defendant's web history, and what she's doing here is she's researching how to know if law enforcement is tracking her phone. She does these searches on her LG tablet, which is item 82, which you'll hear about during the course of the trial. which obviously indicates that she's worried the police are investigating her, perhaps tapping her phones or following her. And you can see the various things, queries that she researches on her tablet, including, do the police have the right to tap my phone? 6 cell phone tap signs. How do you know if your cell phone's being tapped by the police? What type of phones can be tapped? 5 things to know about police cell phone spying. And police can't read your iMessages, but here's what they can see. Again, this is evidence that is inconsistent with the innocent act she's trying to display. Also is inconsistent with having nothing to hide but for an affair. Shows that she was concerned about what the police might find on her phone, and you'll hear jury instructions at the end of this case from His Honor regarding something called consciousness of guilt. These are a couple of the articles that she pulled up so that she could read about what the police would be able to see on her phone. On June 9th of 2017 at 6 o'clock at night, Detective Parshall sends the defendant an email, which is a ruse. Again, it's fake. It's meant to stimulate, to see what she'll do. He says, we're clear. She's been asking for months. We're clear on the letter for the life insurance. My secretary is typing it up. And MetLife, the life insurance carrier for Fabio's policy, should have it by the end of next week or the following week. Now, at this point in time, the LAPD, Detective Parshall, and Verna are having communications because, as I told you, robbery homicide detectives are going to take over this case, and they are now in the planning stages on taking down the defendant and her lover, Robert Baker, for the murder of Fabio Sementilli. And so to calm her down so she stops bothering them, calling daily, and to see what she'll do, they send this message to her saying, you're all clear for the life insurance. We're going to send it off now to the company, and you'll be getting your money. And what the defendant does in response is she takes a screenshot of Parshall's email, and who does she send it to? She sends it to Robert Ben, item 157. So this is, again, evidence showing the two of them involved in this Fabio and to be able to receive his life insurance. After receiving the email from Detective Parshall expecting to be cleared to receive Fabio's life insurance proceeds, the defendant it goes to New York for Fabio's niece's graduation from medical school, and then there flies with Fabio's family back to Toronto for what you'll hear was the Mirror Awards, a large-scale award ceremony in Canada that took place where she went to accept the Lifetime Achievement Award that was given to Fabio. And so what you see here on her flight back on the top left or in the lounge before, she's taking selfies of herself drinking wine or champagne. This is these two photos, the one on the left and the one in the center in the middle, were taken June 13th of 2017 that she sends to Baker. You can see here she appears to be wearing Baker's Army t-shirt. I told you that Baker previously served time in the Army. The photograph on the top right, based on the bedding, that is a photograph that is taken on Baker's bed in his bedroom on May 31st of 2017, wearing that same shirt. These were recovered from Baker's SD card, item number 157. The photograph on the top right was recovered from Baker's SD card 102. So as I mentioned, not only was the defendant able to have numerous conversations with her co-conspirator Robert Baker face-to-face, when they were together, but they also were able to have communications on the use of encrypted apps. And I talked about Viber with you, and I talked about how they changed to WhatsApp after the murder. You can see here on the date of the murder, on the date of their arrest, they are communicating, and you can see at the top, there is, in blue with the red arrow, it indicates that this is end-to-end encryption, and it deletes out what their communication was. However, the two messages beneath that, the defendant did not yet have time to either delete them, but what she says that morning on June 14th, not knowing she and Baker are due to be arrested that day after returning home from Toronto the night before, is that she's on her computer cleaning up, deleting various items, that she is going to unpack and shower, and she tells Baker, "Let me know when you're up," and that's at 11:28 in the morning. 11:59, you can see Baker responds, "I am up, gonna shower." Later that day, the defendant and Baker are arrested and taken into custody. On June 14th, Robert Baker, as I mentioned, is driving the defendant's brand new Mustang. The defendant is seated in the right front passenger seat. They are stopped by Officer Curtis Davis, his partner, along with a team of robbery homicide detectives from the LAPD division. You will hear that day that detectives from robbery homicide were serving simultaneous search warrants that had been previously signed by a judge at their residences. For the defendant, that meant at the 1512 Queen Victoria residence, and for Baker at the 6817 Independence apartment. Evidence that was recovered inside, of the Mustang included the defendant's purse, and inside her purse in the Mustang, the defendant had an iPhone 7. This is item number 119 that I mentioned earlier, with a phone number that I suggested you take down if you are writing notes, but you don't have to because you'll hear about it many more times during trial. The phone number being 818-424-4213. Along with the iPhone 7, number 119, law enforcement also found in the defendant's purse a ZTE flip phone with a different number. Also inside of the defendant's Mustang on the driver's seat was a cell phone belonging to Robert Baker. This was a Samsung Galaxy S8, number 121. You're going to hear that there was evidence that they recovered an S4, that at some point records indicate he also had an S6, which was never recovered, and that surveillance units saw him carrying at the same time 3 different phones. This particular Samsung Galaxy S8, item 121, the phone number is 213-272-1093, and you will hear evidence about the volume of communications between that phone number and that of the defendant. Now, you're also going to hear about what happened during the arrest. There was an operation that was pre-planned and set up from Detective Chris Gable from Robbery Homicide Division. He's now been retired for a few years. That after the defendant and Baker were stopped in the Mustang, the LAPD officers placed the two of them in the back of a black and white police car together. This particular police car was wired with a recording device. When the defendant and Baker were told that they were being arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, you're going to hear their reaction was not one of denial, but that they began to whisper, which you'll see what they said, which is inconsistent with innocence and also consistent with guilt. you're going to see that the defendant made numerous admissions, again, indicating consciousness of guilt. And this whispering takes place because they knew they were being recorded. And you're going to hear that Baker tells the defendant that the vehicle is probably loaded with damn cameras. Your Honor, this might be a good place for a break.
Looks like we're going to an abrupt break. Let me confirm. Yeah. All right. So, like I said in the chat, but if you didn't read, this is just the opening statement. And this is day 2 of just the state's opening statement. So, it's a lot. It's interesting because so not only have they been collecting all the evidence that the two have been storing electronically, but Baker also kept uploading files and images to an SD card, which... Sorry, I have to pause this. There's a technical issue on their end. While we wait for them to come back from break. He kept trying to put all this stuff on an SD card, which is it's outdated anyway. But, an SD card is something that you can pull out of a camera. Some phones still have it. You could insert it into computers, other cameras, other phones. But it's just basically a hard drive that you're carrying around. So he basically had everything that was evidence on his phone and his computer, but then he also put it all on an SD card. So that is just, a triple thing for him of showing the paper trail as to how this all happened, everything that went on. As I was saying earlier, but if you weren't on, so Baker and the gentleman that helped him kill her husband, Fabio, they both pleaded no contest, and they're both in jail or in prison for life. So her trial is not looking too good. But then we have this massive opening statement that's now going on 2 days just to get through theirs. It's going to be interesting to see how the defense does and how long theirs is. But just so much evidence is, I don't see how she could recover from it. There's just so much evidence. It's going to be interesting to see if her daughters testify. I think I heard that they're planning on it. They talked briefly about how in this type of situation that children who have lost a parent and then their other parents in prison, they may sometimes be a little bit jaded and try to help the parent that is still alive because they don't want them to be in prison forever. So that may go on. We'll just kind of have to see. It sounds like she completely abandoned them in the first few months at least of his death. All that they knew was that he was murdered at the house, and there they are alone at the house at night. Almost immediately she was going out and doing this within a matter of a couple weeks that we have documented, but probably right away. So they were scared, lonely, sad, and just lost their dad. It's horrific. I can't even imagine. So I do hope that they testify. It'll be interesting to get their own thoughts and feelings on all of it. It'll also be interesting to see if they do try to help their mom since their dad has now passed. But we will just see. We're going to have a lot of different people that are coming on and giving testimony. I think at this point, I was trying to do a count of how many people that the state has said, and I think there was over 20 people so far, and that is just the state. So it's going to be a massive, drawn-out trial, I think. I could see this trial taking up to 2 weeks, which is a lot, but there's so much information that they want to make sure that they get out, so they're just going to cover all their bases. So, as we wait for this to come back on, I'm going to minimize myself again. This should be only a 15-minute break. I did some talking, so probably back on like 10 minutes. Let me put this back up. Right now their screen is black. They were having issues, so I had to mute them. But we will be on here. I'm going to mute myself in a second. This should pick up in 9 or 10 minutes. And we'll continue to watch and go over any more information that we haven't heard yet. Also, while we're waiting, later this evening, I'm going to be covering the first day of a new trial. That is Colin Griffith. He is a 17-year-old who is accused of killing his mom. He said that they got in a fight and that she grabbed a knife and she fell on it. But the police have said no, he stabbed her. But what makes the case super interesting is a year before this incident. I believe that was in September of 2024, so it wasn't that long ago. But a year before that, he killed his dad, who they were separated, and he was visiting him in Oklahoma. And he said it was self-defense. But now it's looking like, no, he actually killed his dad, and now he killed his mom. So it's going to be interesting to see how his trial plays out. Haven't seen or heard any details on it, so we'll be covering that around 7 tonight if you're interested. Hope that's not a big issue with their camera, and that's why it's black right now. Guess we'll find out after the break. Yeah, Beverly, you were saying that things go on at gyms. I believe that. And also, this guy, Robert Baker, he had several other affairs with women from the same gym. And supposedly, one of those affair partners are going to be testifying in this. So it's going to be very interesting just to hear more on his backstory. Definitely doesn't seem like a great guy. She doesn't seem like a great girl. Just a disaster. It should be coming back any minute. Their feed is still live. It is their screen that is black. So hopefully everything's fine. But right now it's still live. So it should be fine. There we go. Looking a lot better.
The defendant is present. All counsel are present, with the exception of juror number 12 and alternate number 2 of the jury, and also present. Good morning. Alternate number 2 and juror number 12 had been excused for valid reasons that really don't concern us right now. I'm going to ask that an alternate be selected by lot to take the place of juror number 12. Alternate 3, go ahead and take your materials. Have a seat in box number 12. Welcome to the jury. And people may continue with their opening statement.
Morning. Welcome back. I just wanted to remind you of what we were talking about when I left off last Friday. We were discussing that on the night of February 21st of 2017, not even a month after the murder of her husband, the defendant was followed to this location, the Dime Bar on Fairfax Avenue, by a surveillance unit, the Gangs and Narcotics Division. As you recall, I talked about the fact that the defendant and Baker went into the location for a while, that the defendant came back out. She was smoking a cigarette, and they observed as she began speaking with the bouncer, began rubbing the bouncer's inner thigh area, grabbed him by the back of the neck and began kissing him, and that those observations will be testified to by Detectives Chang and Anaya during the course of this trial over the next several weeks. Also, that same night,
They're
is
having an
a
issue
text
on their end.
string
I've never seen this happen.
the defendant and
This is the start of today's trial. This is live. I don't know how they managed to do this, but this is the start of today's. So you can see right there, that's where it was. I'm going to refresh it. But...
response. One thing that I did want to mention to you is that because of the fact that there are so many witnesses in this case, there's somewhere, I think we started out at somewhere around 200 and cut it down to somewhere around 75. We have many, many witnesses who either don't live in the state or don't live in this country. And we are obviously trying to coordinate everybody's schedules
on their
and
own website. Law and Crime said they're fixing the issue. So at least we have an update. They're going to fix it.
The evidence come in a sequential fashion that makes sense. In other words, we may have to take witnesses out of order, out of chronological order, which is another reason why I'm being so thorough in my opening statement, so that you'll see where we're going, like a roadmap. And I'm talking about some of the witnesses, and then at the end of the case during...
Law and Crime is having issues with their live right now, so we're waiting for them to fix it.
As I mentioned, with respect to the law that Judge Cohen will give you, that will help you to make decisions in this case. So I just wanted to bring that up today because as we're starting with witnesses, perhaps this afternoon we'll start in a sequential order, but then from there you might see that people are being taken out of place in a chronological order, but when you hear them talk, you'll say, oh yeah, I remember when Ms. Silverman mentioned this person or this piece of evidence in her very lengthy opening. So the next day, the evening of February 22nd, so remember the defendant is out on the 21st at the dime bar. Her daughter is texting her, where are you? When are you going to be home? The surveillance detectives follow the defendant and Baker back to this location. I think I mentioned this also last week. This was a friend of Baker's, Roger Brown, who you'll hear from in this case, who lived at 331 Salem in Glendale. And after the murder, Baker stayed for a few days with, you'll hear about Sheila Salahian and Ricardo Cabrera, and then after that, towards the end of February, he's staying in Glendale, and the defendant's going back and forth from Glendale to pick him up at night for them to go out. This is a picture of that location, and what you're going to hear is in the early morning hours, around 2:55 in the morning, when the defendant and Baker finally get back to the Salem address where Baker is staying at the time with Roger Brown, Detective Chang installs a GPS tracker on Baker's black Ford Expedition, which is what you see here, and the vehicle was parked at that time in the parking garage of this location. The photograph that you see on the bottom right is a photo of Baker's vehicle. However, that's a photograph that was taken at a tow yard where subsequently it was taken after arrest for purposes of processing and to see the evidence that was in it, which I talked a little bit about last week. The following day, February 23rd, at about 10:28, the defendant posted this. Again, as you read this, you can see how the evidence shows how persuasive she is in trying to get people who are reading these public posts, that being the victim's family and friends, her own family, the co-workers, everybody that knows her. She's posting this on a public platform in order to get across the message that you've seen in multiple posts such as this, that she is completely devastated and heartbroken. So again, as I mentioned last week, showing you the dichotomy once again, and this is almost on a daily basis, between the fake public image that she's posting versus what's going on behind the scenes in her actual life. Later that same night, on February 23rd of 2017, it would be 1 month after the murder of Fabio Sementilli at 9:17 p.m., the defendant once again posts to Instagram along with a photo of Fabio and this caption. Your Honor, could you please inform the jury why it is that they are not seeing the photographs that she's posting?
So, for legal reasons, I have limited the people of to showing two photos of the decedent in life and no more. It's not because of them; it's because of me. It's because of legal issues. Thank you.
So she posts a picture of Fabio along with this message. That's why the background that you see seems to be similar on all of the Instagram posts. So if you know about how Instagram looks, you get the idea of what her page looks like, but we're not allowed to show you the actual photos. So she posts a picture of him. This is the caption that she writes, once again, trying to get across her her sentiment to the public and to everybody that knows her or Fabio, that this is really what she's feeling on the inside. Yet, as you know from listening to what I said on Friday and what I continue to talk about this morning, she spent the entire month after her husband of 20 years was slaughtered in their backyard, either with her lover, Robert Baker, or, as you heard, sending him naked photographs of herself or close-up photos of her intimate body parts. Again, that same night, she's out again. And here you see a text exchange between, again, the defendant and her daughter asking when she's coming home. And this
All right, this is Long Crime trying to correct their issue. Just now they were repeating today's opening. They are fixing it. They have on their website that they have different people on it right now. So we'll see if they're able to correct it and get it back on in a timely manner. We'll find out. Let's see here. Sam. Yeah, they pleaded no contest. The lover and a friend that helped him. And we don't know her defense yet because it's been almost 2 days of just the opening statement for the state. So we haven't even heard from a defense attorney yet, and it will be interesting. I'm hoping that we get there today, but with their problems of replaying the beginning of today's opening, I don't know if we'll get there. It's 2:30. Yeah, I doubt we'll get there today, but let's hope. I would like to have it move forward. Because I was saying earlier that it's probably going to be like a 2-week trial with how slow this has been going. There's just so much information. So it's not like it's slow as in people are talking slow. There's just so much to put out there. So it's taking the state a long time to do this. But this doesn't help when they're having major technical issues. And then yesterday was supposed to be the start of day 2, and one of the attorneys got in a car accident and they pushed it to today. So it's just caused a lot of delays. So that's where we're at with this. I keep refreshing this to see if they've gotten it. They're still live, so it should just automatically pop up when they have it. But who knows how long it could be. So hopefully soon. Yeah, and with the lover, Robert Baker, and then the friend who helped, with them both saying no contest, but then accepting going to prison for life. I mean, that's as guilty as you're gonna get in all of this. But both of them kept all of their digital receipts of everything, of their conversations, of pictures, files, just anything of importance they kept, or he even put on an SD card. So the police have everything they need to really put this together and say this is exactly what happened. definitely is not looking good for her. And it will be interesting to what she has to say for her defense. I'm gonna guess that she is gonna say she didn't know that he was planning on doing that and that it was an affair, but she didn't want that to happen to her husband, and this was all him. I think she's just gonna shove the blame over to him. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but that seems the most likely because there's just so much evidence that he did it and that she was involved, but we'll see. Yeah, very messy all around. And I was saying, I don't know if you were on before this whole break started and I was talking, but the state has over 20 people coming and testifying. And at least one of them is a lady who was also having an affair with Baker at some point. She met him at the gym that he worked at, and they started a whole affair. Even when this was going on and the murder was happening, she was still in love with him and rented him a car for the day. So she almost like got dragged into this entire horrible thing just because of the affair that happened with them. So he's definitely not a great individual. Obviously, neither is the wife. Even if she somehow is not guilty, she has still done a lot of bad, shady things. And I think the biggest thing for me is, her husband is murdered, and immediately she's leaving her teenage daughters home alone at the house. All they know is that their dad was sitting outside in their backyard and was murdered. They were the ones, I believe it was the 16-year-old that found him after he was murdered. So, I mean, she's traumatized. But then the mom is going out every single night, staying out till 3 or 4 in the morning. And these are young, scared girls, and it's just so devastating. And so even if she was somehow found guilty in the court of public opinion, for me, definitely not a great individual, and it's sad. But they should be testifying too. So it'll be interesting to see what they have to say, if they've decided, if they think she did it. Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. I'm checking. They are still not back up yet. They are still saying that they're trying to fix it. Can you imagine if this happened during like a massive trial? Like if this was Sarah Boone's trial and this just stopped working, everybody would be going crazy. Yeah, so selfish. And they were saying that she basically went to a bar every single night with this guy. And that was her priority, was just to go out and have fun and live a new life. There's emails and text messages that they had decided that after they would collect the insurance money, which is 1.6 million, that they were planning on moving to Mexico. The girls weren't even factored into that. They were just gonna up and leave. I don't know if she thought, oh, well, they'll go to college soon, they'll be fine. And that was their way out and going into hiding so they would never get caught for the crimes. I don't know. But they had planned a whole nother life after this insurance payout. And it's just horrible to hear the details. Yeah, I think Baker and the friend are both going to be coming in and testifying against her. In fact, I think a part of them doing this no contest, it required them to do it. So they should be coming on, which is going to be crazy. Yeah, just so many different people, but they're the main ones. And they also had them on video walking up to the house that at that time of them going to murder him. And they were wearing like hoodies, but you could still see at some point part of his truck. You could tell that it was them. Like they just did such an awful job. It'll be interesting to see everything that Baker has to say about that. But then he was also communicating with Monica on Viber, which is just basically like a WhatsApp, heavy conversation, all that he walked up onto the property and then right after he left. And at the same time, right after he left and he sent something on Viber, they both deleted the app. So, I mean, just so much trail evidence to them doing this together. Just awful. Yeah, and I was surprised. So Fabio evidently is like pretty well known in his community. I guess like won a ton of awards for being a hairstylist, and I'm surprised I've never heard of him at all. I mean, not that I follow that very much, but it sounds like he was really well known and worldwide. So I was surprised that I didn't at least hear his name before. Or even like when he was murdered, nothing ever made it onto my radar. So I had no clue that this was a relatively well-known case. Oh, they're trying. Now the question will be, if they get it, is it going to be in the middle of stuff that we missed, or are they going to start it from when we were supposed to get back from the break? There's a note that says they're working on correcting the playback. So if that's the case, it should only be another minute. I think I've just had bad luck with trials this week. I'm going to take the blame. This bad luck is all my fault because we were watching the Natalie Corcoran trial, and Friday was so long and dragged out. And then we found out she was going to be taking the stand. They told the jury she was going to be taking the stand. She was accused of killing her husband. And watched it all knowing that she was going to at some point take the stand, and then first thing Monday they say never mind, she's not, she decided not to. And I feel like all of these events have just snowballed into one bad thing happening after that. But if you didn't watch any of that, today her verdict came back and she was found guilty of killing her husband. So they're going into a mercy part of the trial tomorrow where they're going to decide if they allow her to have parole or not. And if she gets parole, she can be eligible after 15 years. So tomorrow will be interesting, and I think both of her kids will be taking the stand again when it comes to that. So many women are killing their husbands. It's crazy. I'm going to refresh it over here and see if there's any comments from them. No. Yes, I'm gonna live stream every day. This one has been like super interesting just because of all the details and facts of it that I'm pretty invested into this one. So, yes, that's why I'm also not logging off of here. I know they're having issues and it's frustrating, but right now this is one that I definitely want to stay watching. And like later in the evening, I'm going to be catching up on some that just started. So I'll catch up with those later today. But during the day, it will be this one. And then the ASAP Rocky trial is going on today. Here, I'm going to turn off the noise for you guys so you don't have to listen to the constant pinging. The ASAP Rocky trial's been going on today, and supposedly Rihanna might be showing up for it. But I checked in, I didn't see her there, but if she does, maybe I'll do a clip of it or do something where we can talk about it. But I haven't been keeping up too much with that one. So all I can see on the Law and Crime site is that they made all of their comments can only be from subscribers because so many people have been going on and commenting and losing their minds. Either way, I'm gonna let this stay on. So always come back later. Hopefully it's fixed and we can see the rest of it for today. And then hopefully the rest of the week won't have any more issues. Yeah, I can summarize. There's a lot of it. Basically, I'm gonna put this on mute so I don't have to listen to the noise either. So basically, the couple married, children, life seemed great. Financially, they were doing excellent. At some point, she seemingly started to stray, wanting a change in her life. She was bored being a housewife. She didn't have a job. She decided that she wanted to try to go to the gym and just do other avenues. Okay, Sam. I appreciate you being on, though. But yeah, other avenues, and then that's when she started branching out. She actually tried to seduce somebody else at the gym who wasn't interested, and then Baker was. So that's how it all kicked off. I mean, it sounds like it was a whirlwind. Everything moved way too fast. I don't even think they knew each other for 5 months, and she was saying that's the love of her life. And yeah, that's just basically where it stemmed from, that they decided that they didn't want to live without each other. They weren't sure what to do about money since she didn't have a job and her husband made a lot of money. And it just began the plotting as this time went on of how to get rid of Fabio and being able to be together and still have money, because he worked at a gym. He was a racquetball instructor. He didn't have money at all, no money saved. So that became the primary focus of them. Yep, still no. So that is where I'm going to leave it right now. If this comes back on, I will be back. I'm going to leave it on, but I'm going to go reheat some coffee, come back. Hopefully this will be back on. So, and if not, like I said, I'll be on tomorrow. So hopefully we can get caught up today. At some point you can come back in and check on this, and then tomorrow we can start fresh. Hopefully my bad luck will be done for this week. So I appreciate you watching. I'm going to turn this sound back on so we can all be annoyed with it if you're here and waiting with me. All right, I'll be back in just a few. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Agent, the same type of operation that I told you about that occurred with Christopher Austin after his arrest in Vancouver, Washington. And you're going to hear that the defendant began by talking about Fabio, that he was the greatest man that ever existed, that he was loved by everybody, that he was somebody who was full of integrity and character, that he was the love of her life, which obviously was a lie because you're going to hear she says that to Baker,
It's overruled.
that she never cheated on Fabio, which you now saw was also a lie, that she used to teach business and accounting when she and Fabio owned salons in Toronto, which is evidence of her financial knowledge. And she also talks about her computer being in their upstairs office. You'll hear about that particular item of evidence, which is an HP desktop. You'll also hear her talk about the fact that she knew Robert Baker for about 1.5 to 2 years, that he's a good friend of hers, not her boyfriend, which again is a lie, as you've seen, that she didn't want a boyfriend or a husband. However, as you heard, she was married and Baker was her boyfriend, and you're going to hear that she agreed to marry Baker, that she talks to Baker on the phone every couple days. You're going to see from the evidence that also was a lie because they spoke multiple times every day. She tells the cellmate the opposite of what she told law enforcement, which is that Baker had been to the house many times, but they are close friends but not lovers, which, as you heard, was a lie. You'll hear the defendant again lie, saying she wasn't hiding anything, but again, you've heard for yourself and seen for yourself some of the evidence from last week and today, which indicates that's a lie. That every time she and Baker go out, they go out with a group of friends, not alone. You've now heard about the surveillance. That's another lie. That she doesn't even have or even know what an encrypted application is. Again, another lie, as I told you, she was using at least 2 of them, Viber before and WhatsApp after the murder. That she wasn't seeing Baker romantically before Fabio was killed. Again, another lie. She tells her cellmate that Baker is her confidant, her lover, her everything. And then without any prompt, she brings up on her own the murder was not for money, was not for gain, and alleges that $10,000 along with jewelry was stolen. And you'll see that when she brings that up, again, she brings that up totally spontaneously on her own, not in response to any comment or question by the cellmate. You're then going to see that the defendant continued her affair post-arrest in custody while they were positioned in cells next to each other here in the courthouse lockup. As I've mentioned, there's over 24 hours of recordings, but zero mention of her grief over Fabio's murder or any concern about catching the real killers. I'm going to play for you now a portion of these recorded conversations in various audio clips. And again, you'll see that the defendants make mention of the fact that they're being recorded. So they make certain statements, again, in order to create certain false perceptions of their innocence. And you will see, when you see the clips, hear the clips, as well as during trial, when you hear the longer portions, that the defendant and Baker are living in their own version of reality where they believe they're somehow going to get off and live together and talk about themselves as being the victims.
No, but if there's more evidence, things, but be quiet. Stupid as that shit sounds. We all we have. We all we have. You know, there. I love you.
Yeah. Don't listen to them. Don't take anything.
No. We have no defense without each other. And you need me as much as I need you.
How does it look, be writing to you after they told me they found your DNA? Did you read the part about, what's that?
No,
What's that?
you know, there's a lot of mixed feelings out there, you know. But that's an old life.
Yeah,
It's time for a new one.
yeah.
My new one's with my baby. Baby, I'll take it to my fucking grave. I love you, Angel. I'll take the blame with me. I know, but I'll take the blame. I'll rock it. I'll rock it.
Listen. The cameras. The cameras.
Where?
At Target. They have a camera at Payless Shoes. They have no video of it.
It was? Yeah, I told me.
The video was only for a month or two.
I know. And nothing on the other one at night, too. There's nothing. Only thing is a couple of drops of my DNA, and you explained that already, that he took it.
Yeah. I need you. Yours.
Oh,
Gone. I sure.
well. It broke. So I got rid of it. It was broken. It was all good.
Well, if they have whatever I wrote, I just wrote because you were not there with me when I went to Target. So I'm sure, I hope you didn't say that you were, because that's going to make me look like a liar, and I know you weren't there, so. He asked me what my plan was. My plan with you was to wait for the girls to leave, and then I was going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Be together. That was the ideal plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying to hold DNA. So they think that I fell in love with you and you did this without me.
They just trying to show us the story. And the story. I would lie to get you out of this. If I have to. But if I got to blatantly stop me and lie to a jury that they can't take it back, you take the blame. You gotta marry me. That is still want to. I think you're the best candidate.
I already said that. Remember?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. That's why I went. That's what I'm looking for. Wait and see. But even then, it was just going out. That's good shit. Even then.
So I guess my opening could have been shorter. So you heard them discuss the burner phones. You heard them discuss WhatsApp and Viber, the encrypted apps that she claimed she knew nothing about. You heard them discuss the video. You heard the defendant bring up, they don't have any video of you, of us, outside of Target where the Payless store is. And then you heard her say, I hope you didn't say that you were there because I know you weren't there with me that day. Again, saying that for the cameras that they know are watching. And then you heard them discuss the lack of video on the night of 122, which I told you we didn't even know about when they were first attempting to take Fabio out at that pho, that Vietnamese restaurant in the Valley at the strip mall. And Baker said they don't have video from that night either. You also heard the defendant say to Baker, no deals. In other words, don't flip. Don't take a deal and flip on me and come in and testify against me. You heard Baker say we have no defense without one another. You heard Baker also say that he would testify if necessary and take all the blame, that he's going to take what they did to the grave. And you heard her discuss with Baker the fact that they have plans for the future to be together one way or the other. So this is evidence that you're going to hear in more detail throughout the trial. You're going to hear from the defendant and Baker in these communications where they come up with one excuse after another to say that she somehow had no idea about this plan to murder Fabio. And as you just heard, she talked about the fact that her lawyers think that she was just in love with him and he did this without her even knowing about it or her involvement. And that's the story that they're even telling to their lawyers.
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
It's what you just saw in the video yourself. This is, as I said, I've been up here.
I'm sorry.
That's a problem. After the objection.
After that objection, that statement wasn't proper.
I've been up here for an entire day and a half just outlining the evidence you're going to hear, such as this evidence that the defendant herself created. Here's an example of the jail mail that I told you about. This is back from June 28th of 2017. You're going to hear that and see that the defendant uses the same phrase that you just heard in the lockup overhears, ride or die. Her saying, we must do what we said we would, that I've stuck to protocol. I told you the protocol is that they're going to lie to their lawyers, they're going to lie to you, the eventual jury.
Objection, improper argument.
That is argument. Sustained.
You're going to see the evidence in the letters where they say that that's what they're planning on doing. You can see here in the bottom half where they use their own code, OMM, which means on my mind, always 100, which means 100% with all of my fiber, and you see how she signs it, Mrs. Baker with a kiss. You're also going to hear that they use pen pals. They referred to them in jail recordings as PPs and as in jail calls. This is their attempt, as you will see, to manipulate the entire jail system and the criminal justice system.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You're going to see that they send jail mail through other inmates' names and other inmates' booking numbers and PIN numbers in order to be able to communicate secretly so that their mail cannot be retrieved when looking for mail to them in particular. And you're going to see that only a very small portion of jail mail between them was thus recovered because of the fact that they're using other inmates' PIN numbers to communicate. You can see here a letter that was sent from a pen pal, meaning another inmate's name, where once again the defendant uses the phrase ride or die, or the initials MB standing for Monica Baker. You can see here they use their own mutual code, RRD, standing for ride or die. Again, signing these letters, Monica Baker. You can see on the left, LOML, love of my life. LUVM, love you very much. OMM, on my mind. Again, coming up with their own way to code their messages to each other, just like they used encrypted apps to get around the system. Here you can see a sexually provocative drawing by the defendant, where she writes on the letter property of Monica Baker, claiming Baker as her own. You can see up close on the photo drawing on the right a ring on the wedding finger with Baker's initials RB. Another jail letter, this one's August of 2017, where she tells him, I love you so very much, baby. You are my soulmate. Again, using the code LOML, love of my life. OMM, always, meaning on my mind always. Love Monica Baker for eternity. Again, another sexual drawing by the defendant, where she again uses R or D for ride or die. Mrs. Robert L. Baker for the signature, referring to the defendant as her husband and soulmate, and indicating in writing expressly that you are everything to me. Again, a portion of a letter where the defendant sends it to Baker, telling him that she needs him. I need all of you. I fucking love you. I can't wait to see you again, my love. Yours eternally, Monica/Madonna Baker. And this, you'll hear, was found on Baker's Dropbox as a meme for what ride or die means. A relationship where you both love and protect and spoil each other, and they're both wearing balaclavas or masks over their face with weapons. And you heard in a little portion of the jail clip I played for you a few minutes ago, where the defendant refers to himself and the defendant as Bonnie and Clyde in a courthouse lockup recording in June of 2017. And it goes on. The defendant has jail visits from her daughters, and this is a jail visit from April 8th of 2018. The defendant is showing showing her daughter an ink tattoo on the back of her neck. Her daughter Isabella asks, what does it say? And the defendant says, ride or die. As I mentioned, the defendant took great efforts to communicate with Baker without anyone else knowing, even their attorneys. You'll see through their jail calls and their mail and their three-way calls that they talk about how they're manipulating the system, and you'll see that they even use third parties outside of the jail system to make what they refer to as clean calls from other inmates' PIN numbers. They call through third parties through these other inmate PIN numbers so that these calls can't be traced back to them. So in other words, if we were to go and pull all the calls under their inmate booking numbers, these wouldn't come up. And they keep trading off using different inmates' PIN or booking numbers to make these calls. You'll hear that they made three-way calls and three-way call attempts through one of Baker's friends, a local attorney in LA by the name of Howard Lynch, or through his sister out of state, April. Each would call in from their respective jails, jail phones, and then Baker's sister or Lynch's secretary would join the defendants on a call so they could speak together secretly. We were able to recover a few of those. You're going to hear that in September of 2017, Baker called Lynch to set up the three-way calls. He says his girlfriend is his crimey, meaning his crime partner, and they set up a schedule to call in on certain days, on Fridays. He says his girlfriend is defendant Sementilli. He calls her his girlfriend, his crimey. You'll hear on another date, both Baker and the defendant leave messages with Lynch to pass on to each other. In October of 2017, the defendant, along with Baker, connect through Baker's sister April to speak with one another. You'll hear that when they use other inmates' PIN numbers, they refer to them as clean calls. In October of 2017, October 12th, they discuss using encoded language in their jail kites or jail letters to one another so other individuals in the jail system, meaning the sheriffs, will not be able to determine what it is that they're writing. You will hear that on June 28th of 2018, while in the courthouse lockup behind this courthouse, Baker managed to pass a toothpaste. As you tube here, you see fresh mint, a small size toothpaste tube to the defendant, along with various jail letters. You're going to hear that DNA analysis was conducted on the contents of that toothpaste tube. It was determined by the Sheriff's Crime Lab, DNA analyst Leslie Thompson, to contain Baker's semen that he was passing to the defendant. You're also going to see that cardboard cutout on the right, the defendant passed to Baker with her writing on it and sexually suggestive writing, which you will also see. On October 3rd of 2018, when they were here for another court appearance, you're going to hear that Baker left 2 separate kites or jail letters in little plastic baggies on the staircase between this floor and the 10th floor on the railing after a court appearance here. All of this was caught on videotape because all of these back areas are videotaped to look for contraband and the like. You're going to hear that these jail letters from Baker to the defendant were recovered by Deputy Miguel Balderrama. You'll hear testimony from him as well as the video. And you'll see that these letters were encrypted with their own secret code in order to communicate secretly, again, similar to the apps they were using to scramble their words so nobody could read what they were sending or writing to each other, the same type of concept. So what you are going to see through the evidence in this case is this is a murder that was total depravity. You're going to see evidence that the defendant threw away her entire privileged life, that she destroyed her family, that she destroyed that of her daughters, that she destroyed the life of her husband's family, and that she was willing to risk everything for Robert Baker and some money. You're going to hear evidence that she abused the privileges that she was so lucky to have.
Overruled.
You're going to hear that she went from living in a beautiful home with her lovely family to lying on the floor of the jailhouse, courthouse lockup in order to pass notes and evidence back and forth to Baker, including his semen, from the guy who murdered her husband of almost 20 years and the father of her daughters. As I've said, the evidence in this case is going to clearly show the defendant has 2 separate faces. The one that she presents to the public as the loving wife and mother that you saw through the Instagram posts, and the cheating, lying, greedy manipulator that the evidence is clearly going to demonstrate she truly is. Excuse me? Okay. Again, the cheating, lying, greeting manipulator that the evidence is going to demonstrate that she truly is. At the end of this case, I'm going to have the opportunity to discuss with you all of the evidence that comes in, that's going to be presented over the course of the trial, and the law that the judge is going to provide to instruct you. And at that time, my partner, DA Heather Stagel, and I are going to ask that you find the defendant guilty of the charges, that is the crime of murder of her husband, Fabio Sementilli, along with the special circumstance allegations of murder for financial gain and murder by means of lying in wait, as well as count 2, that being the conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli. And when it comes to these special allegations, that as to the special allegations, that you find them to be true. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And if we may, it's going to take us a moment to set up. I don't know if this is a good time.
You can set up. While they do that, do you mind if I schmooze?
You mind if you want?
Schmooze.
No, Your Honor.
Let's go off the record.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is really my first opportunity to speak to you all directly. And I really want you to know how much I appreciate that opportunity. My name is Blair Burke, and along with my colleagues Leonard Levine, Jeremy Babich, Regina Peter, and Tom Jones, it is our privilege and our great responsibility to be representing Monica Sementilli. Monica, can you stand up, please? Representing Monica Sementilli in defending against these charges that we believe the evidence will show are untrue. Since the moment this woman was arrested 7.5 years ago, Monica has steadfastly maintained that she is innocent of these charges, and she has consistently pled not guilty in this case. Monica has from the start made clear that there was absolutely no reason, no desire that she would have ever wanted her husband Fabio to be dead. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, with the evidence that will be presented at trial, not anything Ms. Silverman has said to you, which is certainly not evidence, nor do we believe it will be the evidence. And not anything I say right now, as the judge will instruct you. It is only the evidence you will receive at trial which you have to base any decision you make on. Over the last Friday and now Tuesday, you have heard hours of argument from Ms. Silverman about the evidence she expects to be shown in this trial. But over those hours and hours of slides and photos and notes and texts and statements about what she expects the evidence to be, you have not heard one piece of evidence, one text, one letter, one recorded call, one statement by Monica Sementilli, or any indication that Monica Sementilli ever uttered a word about wanting her husband dead. We believe that the reason that Monica is not guilty of these charges is that the evidence will show that everything Ms. Silverman talked about, everything she presented before you in the last 2 days, has only to do with two things. One, that she was having an affair with Robert Baker, and two, that it turned out that Robert Baker decided that he was going to kill her husband. No reason that Monica would have wanted, no motive, and no interest, and that it was Robert Baker who made that choice for her, and then convinced her, pleaded with her, deceived her into believing he was an innocent man, and that the reason that she was caught up in this whole thing was because he had been targeted and was not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you that this is who Monica and Fabio Sementilli were together on October 31st, 2016. This is 4 months before Fabio was killed. And you will see for yourself the relationship between Monica and Fabio. This is a video taken in an intimate moment, not in public, not in some show of their relationship. This is their relationship. And this is who Monica and Fabio were together on January 10th, 2017. Only 2 weeks before Fabio was killed. And this is who Monica, Fabio, and their 2 daughters, Jessica and Bella, were on January 15, 2017. Just 8 days before Fabio was brutally murdered by Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. They were happy together. They were loving each other. They were close, each other's best friends, husband and wife for nearly 20 years. and absolutely no reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio harmed. No reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio killed. And the prosecution in this case is going to ask you to believe that Monica Sementilli suddenly went from this person to being some kind of criminal mastermind who plotted and orchestrated the brutal killing of Fabio in his own home. On behalf of Ms. Sementilli, we implore you to do one thing, which is wait until you form any opinion in this case, until you've been able to look and see the evidence in the case. Not Ms. Silverman's claim about what the evidence is, not even my claim about what the evidence is, but the evidence that will be presented in this case. The witnesses who will talk to you in this case. You decide whether it's truthful testimony. You decide whether those witnesses are believable. And that is how we have justice in the United States of America in a criminal trial. Not just because a prosecutor tells you it's so, but because the evidence either proves or doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Monica has committed a crime, that Monica somehow wanted her husband dead for some reason. And over the last 2 days, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there has been no evidence presented to you at any time that Monica Sementilli was plotting, conspiring, or indicating to anyone before Fabio was killed or after that she wanted him dead. You will hear the evidence presented that Monica Sementilli loved her husband. You will hear from the people that knew them best, who spent time with them in the weeks and days before Fabio was killed, that they were a truly happy, loving couple. But what you've heard over the last 2 days is not evidence that somehow Monica Sementilli was plotting to kill her husband. There's no statement, there's no text, there's no recorded phone call, even as Ms. Silverman says, when Monica would have thought no one was listening. But what you have heard is hours and hours of graphic statements about the fact that Monica had an affair. What you've heard is that there will be evidence of character assassination, that somehow, because Monica was having an affair with Robert Baker without her husband's knowledge, that because Monica Sementilli was not wanting others to know about that affair and covering it up and using text messaging that she deleted about that affair, that somehow that is supposed to prove to you that Monica Sementilli is guilty of murder, that Monica Sementilli is guilty somehow of conspiring to kill her husband because she had an affair. We have not, from the start of this case 7.5 years ago, ever once contested that Monica Sementilli probably made the most fatal mistake of her life when she entered into an affair with Robert Baker. But that has nothing to do with Monica wanting Fabio dead or conspiring to kill him. There's going to be evidence that after Fabio was murdered, in her grief, the person who stepped up to replace Fabio, to control Monica, to surveil her, to get her to be the center of his world by making himself the center of her world, is Robert Baker. And you will hear evidence over and over and over again about the fact that Monica was duped into believing that Robert Baker had nothing to do with Fabio's death. But in the beginning, you will hear the most important evidence, which is what Fabio and Monica were together prior to his being killed. What you will hear from the people who knew them best, many of them prosecution witnesses, who will tell you that they spent extensive time with this couple in their home, in unguarded moments. And you will hear also from Fabio and Monica's own daughters. Jessica, who was 18 at the time her dad was killed, Bella, who was 16. And ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from those two girls who will look you in the eye and tell you what they observed, what they saw of their mom and dad together, what they observed, what they saw of their mom's caring and love for their father, what they observed, what they saw of their parents' interaction with each other, not just out at a restaurant, not just at a party, but at home, at night, in their most unguarded moments. And what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that there is not a whiff of evidence. There is not a suggestion by any witness you'll hear from that Monica and Fabio ever had any conflict with one another. They had no beefs. They had no resentments. You will hear time and again from the witnesses in this case of Monica Sementilli's caring for her husband, closeness to her husband, and it will be clear from that evidence that Monica Sementilli had absolutely no reason to want her husband to be harmed. You'll also hear, because of Fabio's employment, they did have financially a very secure life. There were no worries about money. They weren't rich, but they had bought their own home. Yes, it was mortgaged heavily, but Fabio had a good job. And as long as he was working and had a salary, that salary allowed them to lead a lifestyle that was comfortable and great. And you heard from the Silverman about the perks and the salary of that job, but you will also hear that those perks and salary would only be forever if Fabio Sementilli was alive. And what you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that those perks, that travel that Ms. Silverman talked about, that Monica and Fabio so enjoyed, that lifestyle was not one that anybody believed was fake or a show or a put on. Every single witness in this case who will come in here and testify to you about the genuineness of Monica's love for Fabio, caring for Fabio, and time with Fabio, and Fabio's care and love of her, will consistently tell you that that love was real. That friendship, being each other's close friends and co-parents, and the pride they had in their involvement in their daughter's life, in the weeks and even days before Fabio was brutally killed, there is no one who's going to not say to you that that love and affection and friendship was real. And there's not going to be a single piece of evidence that you see throughout this trial that tells you otherwise. Now, in the weeks and months before Fabio was killed, you will see for yourselves testimony and hear for yourselves testimony from witnesses who describe a household where there wasn't a woman in the household who was out and caring about money and partying it up without her family. What you'll hear instead is Monica was present, she was involved, she spent money, and you know what the witnesses will tell you? She spent money on food because she loved to cook for Fabio and the family. They had people over in the weeks before he was killed all the time, not just on rare occasions, but all the time, friends and family in their home who saw them, who saw how they interacted. Fabio's son, Monica's stepson, Luigi Sementilli, will come into this courtroom and talk to you. He'd been 3 weeks living with Fabio and Monica just before Fabio was killed. He will tell you about their relationship and what he saw and the genuineness of what he saw. Not a single witness in this case is going to tell you that prior to Fabio's death, prior to the police telling them the police opinions about Monica having an affair and what that had to mean, none of those witnesses will say anything other than the affection and love and caring by Monica Sementilli for Fabio Sementilli was real. In 2016, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back. I want to take you back so that you can see a roadmap to the evidence that will be presented by both the prosecution and the defense about what Monica Sementilli was doing in 2016. She was 44 years old in 2016. She was no longer working as she once had at an elementary school locally where she helped teach and care for autistic children in an elementary school. She had been a stay-at-home mom with 2 teenage daughters, and as they started to get more active in their own lives, Monica decided to join a gym. And she joined the LA Fitness Club, where she started to work out and train with a trainer, and she decided to join the club's racquetball team. And the coach of that racquetball team, the head coach of that league, was Robert Baker. You'll hear that Fabio was traveling more and more for his job. You'll hear that the girls were no longer all the time at home. And you'll hear that as Monica got more active in the gym and started learning about racquetball that was taught to her by Robert Baker and started competing competitively, that Monica was happy, she was getting more fit, and she was making new friends at the LA Fitness Club. You'll hear that she started being friendly with some of the girls from the club. They would go out for karaoke. You will hear that she's developed a new circle of friends in her life from her activities at LA Fitness. And you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when she joined the racquetball team and started training at LA Fitness, that Robert Baker started to have more and more a role in Monica Sementilli's life. This is not a case where Monica Sementilli went looking for Robert Baker. What you will learn is that this is going to be a case where Robert Baker went looking for Monica.
I'm sorry, counsel. We're going to take our lunch recess this time. I hope this is a good time for you.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess until 1:30. The admission advised not to discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form expressing an opinion to the cause time submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
All right, so I am back on here. They got all their problems fixed. They still had to take a break. I'm reading in other chat groups of people upset with how many issues there's been and how many breaks because of it. But at least it's still continuing and they got it fixed, so that's good. I'll have to go back and see what Sam was talking about. Is Monica overreacting? Yesterday, or I'm sorry, Monday, every time they put up a picture of someone that she cared about, or even pictures of her and Fabio together, she kept being very dramatic and putting on this smile, like, oh, memories, smiles. And the second that it would change from that picture, her face would go emotionless immediately. And I definitely think that there was a lot of acting going on. I saw some of it in the beginning of today's trial. So I'm wondering if what Sam saw is some of the things that I've been seeing. And I just think it's complete fake and acting. Yeah, they're on lunch, so let's see what time it is. I'll be back in about 40 minutes. I'm going to stay on here. I'm going to mute myself, but I will be on. I'm catching up on what I missed. There wasn't a whole bunch since they fixed the problem and then they went to lunch. So I'll have more to say to Sam in just a minute. All right, so for the record, I think I just nailed that. Sam said about overacting. And here I am catching up, and the defense has started up, and they show a picture of her family all together with Fabio still alive. And she is doing that smiling thing that I was talking about. She's doing it again, and I think that is acting. So I love that I got that right. I hope that's what you're talking about, Sam, if you're still on here. Or if you get on later, let me know. But yeah, she did that day one, and it was very obnoxious and not believable. So I think it's interesting as the defense is continuing on, just saying to wait until you get all the facts to make a decision. But she is staring down the jury right now. Monica is. And I always think it's interesting when different parties do that. I don't know if they think that they're trying to make a connection with the jury or wanting to make sure that they're seeing them and that they look upset. But definitely in some juries that the jurors have come forward, like with the Amber Heard one and different ones, they've said that it makes them really uncomfortable and they don't like it. So it's interesting she's choosing to do that because it doesn't always get met with the same feelings that they have. All right, so I am caught up. Yeah, so I was asked what I thought the defense was going to say, and I think I was pretty spot on. It sounds like Monica is going to say that, yeah, I had an affair, but I didn't plot to have Fabio murdered. I wasn't involved, and they're pushing all of the blame onto Robert Baker. And as we now saw right before they went on their lunch break, that is what she's saying, that Robert Baker was going after someone like Monica and that he was taking these initial steps to do all of this. So, yeah, I was pretty spot on there. I'm not surprised. There's not much more of a defense that she can do, and it's going to be very hard for her not to prove that she wasn't involved when there's so many documented facts of her knowing about things, being very suspicious. It's not looking good. But we also then learned that for sure both of their daughters are going to be testifying, and which is not a surprise, but as I was saying, they do have concerns that with one of their parents being dead, that they will try to say and do whatever they need to try to help their mom, because sometimes that is kind of like the natural course of what happens. Otherwise, it's usually the other extreme, and they are trying to get justice for their dead parent. But it sounds like they are going to be an advocate for her. But like I said earlier in the chat, that it's like, even if she somehow was proven to be not guilty, the fact that immediately after Fabio was found dead in their backyard, their 16-year-old daughter found him, and she was going out almost every night to bars, hooking up with Robert Baker. I mean, she definitely is not a very good person, and it shows through all of these facts that already have been presented, but we're going to get into the needy details of it all, and it's probably going to be even worse hearing it, and especially hearing it from their daughters. I would imagine that the state is going to bring that up and ask about how they felt about it and if they thought that was suspicious and different things like that. So all around, just a really bad situation. Feel awful for the daughters. I believe the one was 16 and the older one had just turned 18. Both so young. Obviously, it's been a few years now, actually more than a few years. He died in January 23rd of 2018, 2019. I'm going to look that up just to be sure. I remember the January 23rd because that's my birthday, so it was easy for me to remember. But so they're not, they're not really adults, the young adults, still trying to grapple with everything that's happened, and now their mom being in prison maybe forever. It was 2017, so I was still off. So it's been 8 years since this happened, and hopefully it can be a relatively quick and painless trial, although it's obviously for the people involved going to be painful, but hopefully they can get justice for him. We already know that Baker is in prison for life since he pled no contest, which is as guilty as you're going to get. But he also, I believe, is going to be testifying against Monica, which will be huge in this whole thing, obviously. So that will be interesting. I suspect the defense's opening statement will only be today, unlike the state, who took up almost 2 days of opening. That was huge. I'm not sure I've seen another trial do that, or at least not recently. So that was a very long opening statement. But at least we got all the facts. We now get to hear the little details that will be needed to know later by them laying out the timestamps of everything. So that's good. All right, I'm going to move myself back into the corner of the screen. Again, they are on lunch break, so I'm going to assume that they're coming back. Let me see really quick. I'm going to assume they're coming back in about 15 minutes. And again, at least they got their issues with their live camera fixed, because that was so frustrating. Sorry for who anybody was on and dealing with that with me. So frustrating, but beyond our control. So at least it's back and running. We'll be watching this the whole week. I'm pretty invested into it. So we'll watch this during normal daytime hours. In the evenings, we're going to play catch up on some of the other trials that are going on. I haven't done a ton on the ASAP Rocky trial that's happening. I was going to check in today on it because supposedly Rihanna is coming today, but when I looked earlier, there was no sign of her. But if she does come, I'll probably cover that later today. And we're also covering later today around 7 another trial of a son who murdered his mom. And he actually was accused of murdering his dad a year before that. And he said it was self-defense and never got officially charged. But now it looks like he did. And then there's also so much proof that he also killed his mom. He said that she grabbed a knife during an argument and fell on it. And the police are like, absolutely not. That is not what happened. So that started today, and we'll be covering that at 7 this evening. So if you're interested, otherwise you can just watch it whenever it's convenient. Hopefully they don't have any issues with their live feed, and we'll all run more smoothly. I'm going to mute myself, but I'm still here. while we're waiting, I found an interesting article. So I'm going to read through it a little bit. First time I'm reading it. Convicted killer Robert Baker says his ex-lover Monica Sementilli had no part in the murder of her husband Fabio. In an awkward moment sitting down with a murderer, especially when you arrive unannounced, Robert Baker, 61, who has pled no contest last summer to the 2017 Los Angeles murder of famed hairstylist and beauty industry executive Fabio Sementilli, 49, approached the glass that separated us with a "who are you" look on his face. Skip down. On March 2nd, to see if Baker would be willing to share information about the brutal crime, perhaps his alleged accomplice, Monica. Monica was the wife of victim. She and Baker, she was his lover before they both landed in jail. Nearly 5 months after the crime. That is surprising. Accused of conspiracy to commit murder. Their case is profiled by 48 hours. The main issues is we are being recorded and the cops, what does that say? Cops and prosecutors who put Baker away and have plans to put his former lover away listen and presumably can and will use anything he says against him or her if possible. Nevertheless, our conversation moved along. Baker had an easy, wide smile with a gape between his front teeth. The phone receivers we each used had short cords, so that kept us face to face, staring straight into each other's eyes from about 20 inches apart through safety glass. Despite his reluctance to address most issues, deferring answers to when it's all over, meaning the end of Monica's trial, he was resolute about one point. Monica was not involved in the murder as she is charged. Monica did not know. She didn't know. Bleep. If she did find out, I would have been in here. I would have been in here a lot sooner. His claim was a bombshell. Monica, who had already spent nearly 6 years in jail, did not conspire with him to kill her husband, Fabio. Despite what the prosecutor characterizes as overwhelming circumstantial evidence against Monica, there is no smoking gun connecting her to the conspiracy, a fact that her attorneys are banking on for a not guilty verdict at trial. Why did Robert Baker plead guilty without a deal? I asked about his decision to plead no contest despite not getting a deal and accepting the sentence of life without parole. With his blood and DNA at the crime scene, having cut his finger and stabbing Fabio to death, Baker had little chance to beat the charges. But even if his chances at trial were 1 in a million, most people take that shot. Why not you? He seemed resigned to his fate, but explained due process was the reason. Much of our conversation shifted to facial expressions, as he was clearly reluctant to be recording saying certain things. I found myself unconsciously following his head, and at that moment I gave him an exaggerated "what does that mean" face. You think there's due process? He responded to my look as if I was just a naive person on earth to have good faith in the criminal justice system that snared him. The phrase due process would serve as his unsatisfying default answer for my many substantive questions. I asked if his plea was a gift to Monica, which he immediately scoffed, seemingly taking offense as if going down for life could be a gift. I pointed out what he knew well, that for more than 5 years, Monica's attorneys have tried many times to sever the case against the Lovebirds into separate trials, but the judge denied them at each turn. So I noticed when Baker pled no contest, when he pled no contest, thanks to his decision, Monica got what she had been asking for, to stand trial alone. Just goes into a little bit of details. She was at Target when Fabio was murdered, right after her daughter left the house, and Monica was writing him on Viber. So we already know all of that. Talking about the encrypted apps that they both deleted immediately after the murder. Just so happens to be right at the same time as each other. Just a conversation between friends. He asked if he wanted to apologize to Fabio's family. He offered nothing in reply, just repeating, heartbreaking, "I'm not the monster." It's interesting. I'm not the monster. But he's saying that Monica didn't do any of this or plan any of this. So then who is the monster according to his story? That's Fabio. Yeah, I brought this up a couple days ago, but they actually showed some of the pictures from the crime scene and Fabio. And sometimes they don't do that because it's so graphic, and I was pretty shocked that they did. And it is very graphic and sad. Earlier in our conversation, Baker conceded that he had recently been meeting with Monica's defense attorneys. They were sizing Baker up for a possibility that he might testify at Monica's trial and drop the aforementioned bombshell on the jurors, that Monica was not involved, that she had no knowledge, that she never suspected her lover as a killer. Baker told him he does not know whether he will testify or not. I asked if he wanted to testify for her. For the second time, he took offense. I would not do it for her. It would be to tell the truth. Well, this was written quite a while ago. What is this? April 2024? Let me go back up. Yep, March 14th, 2024. So there's been a decent amount of time in all of that. Who knows where he'll be at for today's trial, but I think that there's a very good chance that he's going to testify. And as much as he is scoffing at the idea of doing things for Monica, maybe he currently has resentment, I don't know, but they were writing each other love letters. I do know that. So I don't know what the status is of their jail relationship, but they were keeping in touch for a while there. So we'll just have to see. Maybe he will drop the bombshell and he'll come in and he'll turn on her and say that she did do this all. Otherwise, him making the comment of he is not the monster, saying that she wasn't involved, but then who was the monster? Because it only would be him if he was the one who planned and did this. So I think that's interesting and a question that should be asked if he was going to continue that part of the story. But enough time has gone by that he might decide to jump ship and say all the things. And at least for Fabio's daughter's sake, I would hope that he would maybe consider doing that if that was the truth, because they deserve to have the answers and the truth to try to put some of this to rest and get closure. We are looking at probably about 8 more minutes-ish until they come back from their lunch. So I'm going to mute myself again. Since we have time, and I evidently feel like being an internet sleuther right now, I can see that one of their daughters, Jessica, is doing well in life. She seems to have a job that she really likes. Things seem to be going really good for her. I think she is the one who actually found her dad, so that's really good that she's doing okay. Looking for the next one. The other sister, Isabella, is not really on much social media, and that is probably for the better. Anything that I've seen from her is years ago, but she looks like she's doing okay too. So, Fabio's sister, Mariella, spoke about him just briefly, but this was also early last year. And she said, however this went down, it was executed brilliantly because we were deceived. So the whole family feels like Monica played a role and acted like the grieving widow, and she does not believe her at all. She says Fabio was a larger-than-life father of 3 who had made a major name for himself. I think I saw somewhere on there that he had a son. I don't know if that was by a different wife. But we have not really seen much information on a 3rd child. He's described as welcoming, had so many friends, so many families, members would have these big get-togethers, inviting people over just to spend time with each other. Monica and him were married for almost 20 years. Here it is. Okay, so his son is from his first marriage, and his son spoke out saying that the entire ordeal felt like a nightmare, which absolutely was. He says that it still feels very surreal when you go through this kind of tragedy. It just doesn't feel real. I wonder if the son will show up at all for any of this. Now that I know that there is a son, I'll keep an eye in the background of the gallery. Yeah, it seems like all of his siblings and parents, Fabio's, it seems like they all are now thinking it was Monica. They didn't originally, and even when they were first arrested, they thought there had to be a mistake. But now that they have seen and heard so much, they now 100% think it was her. just crazy the impact of some of these things. I mean, it's not just family, it's friends, it's work acquaintances, it's so many people get affected. It's horrible. All right, I'm about to read something that I know I'm not going to like. All right, I brought up the fact that I knew that they had been writing letters to each other from jail, but this one gets into a little bit. When they were arrested and accused of murder and conspiracy to murder, their love affair continued in jail, according to documents. Prosecutors allege that the ongoing love affair behind bars included recordings made during police operations, represent further evidence of committed murder conspiracy. It kind of hurts to not be touched or effed or licked or loved by you. That is what Monica wrote to Baker as she was in jail. And he said, "I love you, baby. I really do." She had told her cellmate that Baker is not just her lover, he's her confidant, and he is her everything. Which is just interesting. There's so many things that she says about Baker and attributes to him, but she was saying that all at the same time to Fabio. She loved to say love of my life, and when she would write things on social media about Fabio, especially after his passing, she would say love of my life, but yet she's writing letters or actually meeting up with Baker and calling him the love of her life. And then supposedly she and Baker were swinging together. And if any of those swinger couples come to testify against them, I think this whole trial will get derailed very fast. According to the prosecutors, the information gleaned from these operations establishes that the ongoing jailhouse love affair is further evidence of the murder conspiracy between the accused. In essence, the defendants have promised one another that neither will cooperate with law enforcement or testify against the other to save themselves. Rather, they have promised one another that neither will cooperate with the law enforcement or testify against the other to save themselves. All right, so he may hold to that. He may keep his story going and is kind of saving her if he doesn't say that she had any involvement. They write to each other and they use the abbreviation OMM, which means on my mind. While they say 9 p.m. is a reference to a secret plan to break jail rules and set timing for phone calls where a third party will connect the two to speak directly. She again used LOML, love of my life, to him. So they're already in jail and breaking the law. These two are Bonnie and Clyde. They like to use the phrase, "their ride or dies" for each other. I mean, these are grown adults. I mean, I think he's 61 right now. Is that what I just saw? These are grown adults who just like seemingly are spiraling and have been spiraling out of control. In one of her handwritten letters to Baker, she ends it with, "Love, your wifey." And they say that they will still get married. In a recorded conversation that they had in August 31st, 2017. So that would have been about 7 months-ish later from the murder. The police referred to it as lockup overhears. Baker seems to make stunning admission regarding Monica while they discuss their desire to get married. And it says, "So when you gonna tell them? When you gonna tell them? How we gonna tell them we're gonna get married? How we gonna do this? Then you'll really be officially disowned for loving somebody." Monica responds, "I don't know. I think we may need to wait until the trial and see what happens with that." I feel like these two people were just so delusional into thinking that they were going to walk away from this. The fact that they had a plan that after the 1.6 million life insurance hit and they were going to up and move to Mexico, never mind the girls, but they got to leave the country because they knew they did something wrong, and to avoid ever getting in trouble for it, they were going to leave. I mean, if that is not a red flag of guilt for Monica, I don't know what is. And I doubt the lawyers are going to ask the children, like, if they knew about the plan and what their thoughts were. But I would really like to know their thoughts of their mother's future plans without them in it. Just horrible. I don't know, that article really got me going just now. That really was annoying. I hope he does testify. Want to see even just like how Monica reacts to him being around, since we don't know if their relationship is still happening or not. Yes, they are still on lunch. They should be back very soon. Sam, you'll have to go back whenever you have time. When I came back on, I saw some of your comments, and I'm really curious to know if we were thinking the same thing about her overacting. So you'll have to see if I had gotten what you were talking about. Because I definitely think she's acting and faking and a lot of different things. The other day she was horrible about it, but I noticed it was starting back up again, and then I saw your comment and I'm like, okay, maybe we're thinking the same thing. Their break has currently been an hour and 15 minutes. Usually it's only an hour. I'm still watching it, so I'll go small again and into the corner again when they come back. At least we made it to the defense's opening statement. I'm so happy. All right, as of 4 days ago, the star witness for the defense is going to be Robert Baker. So he is going to probably stick to the story and say that she didn't know, she wasn't involved. And yeah, star witness is in quotes, so he is evidently their biggest deal. I don't know, even with him saying that, how well that will go over with the jury, because there's too many things that make it seem like she knew or planned or both of the things. Oh yeah, and I think I forgot to say earlier, so I'm going to say now, but learning about Baker, and I said that he had had affairs before. He is also a registered sex offender with a minor. I mean, just an all around bad dude. It's crazy. Yeah, between their breaks and the fact that their streaming had issues, today's been a little bit of a cluster, so hopefully they're back soon. But we're just trying to go with the flow, evidently, because it's just been one thing after the next today. found something else we can look through while we're waiting. If it loads. I found Fabio's Instagram account so we can see different things that he posted on. Although it really doesn't want to load. Maybe there's too many people accessing it. There we go. All right, so this is Jessica, I believe. And this would be Isabella. How rude. Just not gonna stay up, huh? It's just definitely interesting that all the pictures and everything that we see of this family, they just look so happy and full of love. And it's just so awful that this ended this way. We'll see if I can... If that loads, I'll go back to it. We can look at it together. Did I get it? All right, there we go. All right, so like I was saying, pictures of his daughters, pictures of just the family unit. Different events and award shows. That's all we're probably going to be able to do with Instagram. Very interesting stuff. And I will still say I'm pretty surprised that I haven't heard of him in any capacity. I mean, even just the fact that he's kind of well known, you would think maybe at least with the murder would have made a little bit more news, like nationwide or just something, but I have never heard of him, and therefore I've never even heard of his entire trial and everything. Yeah, David, that's what I was saying. They look so happy, and everyone looks full of love and life, and it's just crazy the things that were going on behind the scenes. Well, they haven't said this yet, so maybe just a fun fact to keep in mind. Their affair lasted 18 months, which is a lot longer than I thought it did. You know, it would be a really interesting turn of events if they're saying that Baker is going to take the stand and be her star witness and say she had nothing to do or even knew about the murder. But it would be crazy if the guy who went with Robert to do this, if he comes on and testifies for the state saying that this was because of Monica, or at least that she knew. That would totally take away from Baker's argument in this, and I think that would seal the deal. But I haven't read anywhere that he is for sure, this friend is for sure gonna testify or not. His name is Christopher Allen. That's the friend. I'm gonna see right now if they say anything. Yes, they got life with no parole. Yeah, nobody knows if Christopher is going to take the stand, but that would be wild. He also was basically caught confessing that it was Monica's idea and just the whole thing to someone he thought was another inmate, but it was an undercover police officer. So they have him on record saying that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to call him in to actually take the stand. He was one that they were going to bring to Mexico after everything was done, after they moved there. They were going to fly him out and help him live in Mexico too. I mean, just all around guilty parties everywhere and trying to leave the states to hide. Yeah, I agree. There's no incentive for them to do that. I think the only thing that could cause one of them to do it is maybe just out of putting closure, putting this to rest for the girls. Yeah. Yes. I agree. That is a different story. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get him testify. They're definitely going to lay all of that out. So his word will come in regardless. But I would hope that if that is the truth, that she did this or was involved in it, that someone can step up, one of the two at least, to confirm it. Because at this point, she's looking at life in prison, and her two daughters who have already gone through enough, one of them being the one who found their dad in that horrific situation, they just need closure. And closure is not letting their mom go free if she is the reason their dad is dead. This is the longest lunch break ever. Oh, I see it's moving. They might be coming back. It's been over an hour and a half. Yeah. And I can't remember the case off the top of my head, but there was just a trial that ended not too long ago, and the mom ended up shooting and killing the father. She was having an affair, and the daughter took the stand and said, "I shot my dad," and that was already proven not to be true. And it just goes to show you that the children can either go way to one side to try to help their living parent, or they go completely the opposite and want justice. But it's definitely concerning when you have kids involved and something like this, because they can and will lie if they feel so strongly about having one parent to be around. So after Baker was pled no contest, I think this happened early last year that he did that. But Fabio's family, his brother more specifically, but he was speaking for the whole family, and they had just put out a statement that said, "We just want this to be over. We wish that the truth would just be told already and we could just move on with our lives. I just want to see the people responsible to be held accountable for their actions. Justice for me means that both the defendants are going down." So, kind of like I was saying about Fabio's sister, they 100% think Monica did this or was involved. And at first they didn't. Like, they were shocked when they heard that she was arrested, but they have now gotten to see all the facts, and they 100% think that she did this or at least orchestrated it. Something that you maybe didn't see the other day, or if you didn't watch it, but after Fabio was murdered, Robert decided to take his Porsche and leave the scene, which is just odd, and he had ditched the car somewhere. But Robert had cut himself when he was attacking Fabio. So not only is his blood everywhere at the house, but then it was everywhere in the car. I heard some noise, so they're going to be coming back in a second. Yeah, I agree, Sam. And I think that it was 2, 3 people just horrible at doing crimes in general. But like I said, paper trails everywhere from all their devices, from Baker putting information on SD cards, which is so. I will not get over at that. I think that's so weird that he was putting everything on an SD card. It just basically handed the evidence all over to the police. Like, don't bother doing any research or investigation. Here it all is. I've been keeping track of it for you. Yeah, 100%. I mentioned earlier that I might go over later today ASAP Rocky's trial today because Rihanna was supposed to be coming in, but she didn't. So I might not recap that later. That is one that I haven't really gotten into. I feel like just because it's a well-known person-ish, a lot of people have been, but like at least for this trial, I just find it way more
Is present, all
interesting.
counsel present, jury, and all those are present. Good afternoon. This time the defense may continue with their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a sec.
Thank you.
So before the lunch break, we left off discussing that in early 2016, now this is a year before Fabio was killed, Monica was no longer working at the elementary school. She had been for the last couple of years, I think 3 years, at home while the girls were in high school. And I think Bella was in junior high that first year she was out of the elementary school. And Monica decided to go to LA Fitness to start working out, to get fit. She was 44 years old. They were happy, and Fabio was right on the cusp of starting to travel both internationally and domestically for his job. Fabio, as a director of education and an executive at his hair company, Wella, was doing better and better, and more of that time was spent traveling out of town. And the girls, the teenage girls, Jess and Bella, Jess was already 18, Bella was 16. They had more and more of their own lives, and Monica started working out, going to the gym, and she met a great group of friends who also worked out, and she met, who you'll hear from, a trainer, Matt Nurse, who she started training with, and through Matt met the coach of the racquetball team, Robert Baker. Now, you're going to hear quite a bit about Robert Baker. You should know who Robert Baker was when he met Monica Sementilli. Robert Baker was the coach of the racquetball team. They had a competitive league. He was also head of the league and scheduling all their games and competitions. Baker was a former military policeman, an MP when he was with the Army. He didn't serve time in the Army. He was a military policeman. And after he left the Army, he had a number of different jobs, and by all accounts and by witnesses you will hear in this courtroom, Robert Baker was a charming, manipulative, hustling guy. And Robert Baker, when he started coaching Monica, got closer and closer and closer as the year went on. Although Fabio would occasionally, I think 2 or 3 times during 2016, come with Monica to the gym, she would try to get him to play racquetball. The gym wasn't Fabio's thing. And although he went 2 or 3 times, he never got into racquetball, never spent much time there, but met Baker. And through the course of that year, through the course of spring and summer of 2016, Monica started spending a good deal of time working out at the club. Now, in the spring of 2016, you were going to hear that at some point, Monica and Robert Baker began an affair. And that affair, starting in 2016, went through that next year. Now, Monica had a very active life at home. That didn't change. Monica was the sort of head hostess of the home. They constantly, you will hear from people who loved and knew them, had people, friends over, relatives over, work colleagues of Fabio's over. They were constantly having people into their home, in and around them, who got to see up close what Fabio and Monica were like, their relationship, how they interacted. And again, consistently, you will hear Monica's love for Fabio was clear. It was genuine. Fabio adored Monica, as I think the prosecutor said. They were laughing, dancing, living as a couple. And yes, Monica Sementilli had an affair. Now, the prosecutor is going to ask you also to believe that 2 things cannot possibly be true. That it cannot be possible that Monica Sementilli loved her husband, loved her family life, and also that she had a sexual affair. And what you will learn from the evidence in this case is having a sexual affair doesn't mean you want your husband to die. Through the course of 2016, the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that Monica was able to balance her family life, her home life, with her affair. You don't be, let me say this. I think the evidence is going to show you that during that summer and fall of 2016, prior to Fabio's brutal killing, what people observed is that Monica Sementilli was happy. She wasn't gone. She wasn't remote. There was no conflict in the house. She never made a single statement to anyone that she was critical of Fabio or that Fabio was critical to her. You are not going to hear any witnesses say they even saw a fight between Monica and her husband. It was a happy home, and Monica Sementilli was clearly balancing both. She was definitely home. She was definitely involved with Fabio still in the girls' lives, but she was also exploring a sexual affair with Robert Baker. We know from witnesses who will be in this courtroom, even Fabio's son, Luigi, his adult son, in the fall of 2016, Luigi comes to town with his girlfriend, and they actually live for 3 weeks in the Sementilli home. Every day around Fabio and Monica, see them, see how they're acting, and Luigi himself says he only saw love and friendship and nothing that was anything but Fabio and Monica were together and happy. And you'll see from that evidence that while the prosecution will tell you over and over and over again about the sexual nature of Monica's relationship, that even that the sexual nature of her relationship with Robert Baker was unusual and kinky, and that they even at some point started having sexual relationships with other people. That has nothing to do with a motive to kill. Nothing. And I ask you to consider, as you listen to what I understand from the prosecution as even a detective reading to you, describing sexual videos between Monica and Robert Baker, that again, her sexuality, her choice, which some of us may disapprove of, to have an affair has nothing to do with wanting her husband dead. You will hear witnesses in this case tell you, Monica's best friend, Deborah Obad at the time, that in May or June of 2016, she started to suspect something was up, that Monica might be having a dalliance of some kind. She was dressing up more, she was putting lipstick on, she was out when they would come over with Fabio. She was just a little more excited and put together than usual. But Deborah Obad will also tell you, who, by the way, Deb's going to tell you she was a very close friend of Fabio's also, that there was nothing she saw in terms of Monica's dissatisfaction or upset or anger or anything from Monica Sementilli that indicated anything that was wrong or that she was unhappy about. You are also going to hear that at some time during the fall of 2016, you will learn that Monica Sementilli made clear to Robert Baker one thing. When Robert Baker told Monica Sementilli that he wanted her, that he was not wanting anything but for them to be together, that she should consider leaving her husband and being with him. And Monica started talking about her family life and her love for her children. In fact, you'll hear from witness Matt Nurse, her trainer. At one point, Monica Sementilli spoke to Matt Trainer about being unfaithful, about a sexual affair, or the potential of a sexual affair. And you'll hear that Matt Nurse said to Monica, why wouldn't you just get a divorce if you're going to have an affair? And Monica told Matt Nurse, why would I ever want to throw away 20 years of marriage? Monica Sementilli was not interested in leaving her husband. She was not interested in leaving her family. She loved her family, and she loved being a part of her family. And what is absolutely going to be clear from the evidence is that when Monica Sementilli told Robert Baker that she wasn't interested in leaving her husband, that was a fatal mistake that Monica will have regretted for the rest of her life. Because the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that there was someone decidedly not happy with things as they were. Decidedly not accepting that Monica could go on balancing both having her family life and being with Fabio and also being with Robert Baker. And you will learn that Robert Baker decided to take things into his own hands. Robert Baker, you will learn from the evidence, decided that it wasn't good enough for him that Monica wanted to stay with her family and stay with her husband, and that Robert Baker wanted to control Monica Sementilli's future. And so when Monica made clear she had no interest in leaving her husband, she was perfectly happy to continue the affair, but just that, wanted to continue the affair and did not want to leave her family, Robert Baker decided he was not going to give her the choice. And Robert Baker was going to make the decision for her, and alone started formulating a plan to kill Fabio Sementilli. Now, how do we know this? We know this because Robert Baker is going to come into this courtroom and sit in that chair and tell you himself that he was the one at this point who decided to play God. He and he alone, deceiving Monica, not sharing with you his intentions, continuing with the affair, but increasingly you will see manipulative and controlling in her life. Robert Baker, as the evidence will show, began to stalk and follow and prey upon the entire Sementilli family. You will learn from the evidence in this case that even Fabio and Monica's daughters started noticing that Robert Baker was around. You'll hear from Jessica, the 18-year-old at the time, that she was driving one day and all of a sudden Baker showed up. You'll hear other witnesses talk about, you even have Deborah Obad, who at one point takes a picture of Robert Baker's car. Robert Baker's car parked down the street from the Sementilli home at a time Robert Baker wasn't at the Sementilli home. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that at this point in Monica's life, unknowing that the man she was sleeping with was not going to accept her decision, Robert Baker started to formulate a plan to kill Monica's husband. Now, you will already know, I think you've already heard, Robert Baker has already admitted his guilt. Robert Baker has already gone to the judge and said, I plead guilty. I did this. And you will also learn that Robert Baker has never once asked for a deal, a benefit, any leniency where he could turn around and say, if actually Monica was involved in this, hey, I want some benefit so that I can testify that Monica's involved. But that's not the truth. And you will see why and how the prosecution here has turned the idea of Monica Sementilli having an affair into some kind of motive to murder. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the prosecutor told you that somehow in the fall of 2016, Monica had some kind of big problem, I think she said. That the two worlds of being with Fabio and carrying on an affair, that these two worlds somehow just couldn't coexist. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit that real life's just not like that. People do have affairs on occasion. We could disapprove of somebody being unfaithful to their husband, but in Monica Sementilli's life that she loved, that the evidence will clearly show, the prosecution told you, it was a great life. The idea that Monica Sementilli couldn't have her family and be coexisting with a relationship outside of her marriage is just factually untrue. And you will see that from the evidence in the case. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there was absolutely no problem or impediment for Monica Sementilli carrying on that affair and also staying with her family. Now, the prosecutor has clearly suggested to you, she didn't suggest it, she told you, that the evidence will be that one of the reasons apparently Monica Sementilli plotted and schemed and was a master manipulator to kill her husband was because she didn't want to get a divorce. Think about that. The prosecution is suggesting to you that Monica Sementilli decided to kill her husband because a divorce was not an option. But the evidence will clearly show you in this trial that of course divorce was an option. Monica and Fabio were from Canada. They first met there. Fabio had a platform hair business. Monica had been teaching, and then she was a makeup artist and in fact became a very well-renowned makeup artist in Canada. And Fabio and Monica met and married in Canada. But what you didn't hear really is that although the prosecution would have you to believe that Monica Sementilli would somehow be cut off from her life, cut out, I think Ms. Silverman said, if she were to ever get a divorce, the facts you will hear is that Fabio came from divorce, that Monica came from a family where there was a divorce, and that when Monica Sementilli married Fabio, he had gotten a divorce. He had gotten a divorce. There was no issue whatsoever with Monica Sementilli if she did not want to be with her husband, if she did not want to stay with her husband, if she wanted to leave her husband, why not just get a divorce? When she married Fabio, if her family would have cut her out, if there had been a divorce, you will hear the opposite, that Monica's family embraced and loved Fabio and immediately accepted him in to their family. And there was never an issue with divorce. You will hear that, in fact, Monica and Fabio weren't even particularly religious. Yes, they were Catholic, but they didn't even get married in the Catholic Church. They got married in the Anglican Church. You'll hear that Monica and Fabio were not particularly churchgoers. You will hear actual evidence in this case that the idea that Monica Sementilli would have killed her husband, as the prosecutor said, because a divorce would have meant Monica was cut out of something, is simply untrue. And what else did the prosecutor tell you about why Monica would do such a thing in this case? Why she would conspire and decide and intend to have her husband brutally killed? Well, the prosecutor says to you there was plenty of money. They had a wonderful lifestyle. And she had a motive to kill her husband because of life insurance. Well, let's talk about what the facts will be about that. You are going to learn in this case, ladies and gentlemen, that at the time of his death, Fabio had only purchased one life insurance policy in his life. One. Other than whatever his work provided, which they provided a policy, which we'll talk about, Fabio Sementilli had only ever purchased one life insurance policy. Well, Monica Sementilli must have wanted that, must have been a beneficiary to that. But what you will learn, the facts, the documents that you will see, is that in fact the one life insurance policy Fabio Sementilli ever bought, Monica was not only not a sole beneficiary to the policy, she wasn't even on the policy. Fabio bought a life insurance policy for his son from the previous marriage in which he'd gotten a divorce. One policy that he bought himself. You will hear no evidence in this case that Monica Sementilli ever tried to get a life insurance policy for her husband. You'll hear no evidence in this case that she ever asked her husband or encouraged her husband to get a policy for her. Nothing. What you will hear is that Fabio Sementilli's work had a benefits plan for him in the company. That's Wella. You will also hear that very shortly before his death, Wella was sold to a new company. That company was Cody. And you will hear yourself from the evidence in this case that Monica Sementilli was not even a sole beneficiary on the policy he had with his company. Never. Monica Sementilli was a shared beneficiary with her daughters, Jessica and Bella, her adult daughter Jessica, her teenage daughter, her 16-year-old Bella, and also Luigi Sementilli. And you will also learn that the majority of any benefits coming from that life insurance policy were coming to the kids, not Monica Sementilli, the kids. She wasn't a sole beneficiary, and she had no majority interest in any life insurance policy that was provided for the company. You will also hear the actual evidence, which will show you that the most valuable thing that Monica Sementilli could have wanted, if she cared about money, was for Fabio to continue with his salary. Think about it. The prosecution has described to you this great life Monica was having because of Fabio's salary and the lifestyle that afforded. The prosecution has told you the facts will be that Fabio and Monica went on these wonderful trips to Cabo, to Mexico. Why? Because he was awarded, as long as he was working, these trips for free. So what happens if Fabio Sementilli is dead? What possible benefit would Monica Sementilli have for cutting herself off from that, what Ms. Silverman described as a lavish lifestyle? There was none. There was no financial motive. You are actually going to hear specific evidence about what anyone would have believed the value of the benefits Fabio would have received from his company if he were to die in 2016 and early 2017. And from that evidence, you will know without any question that Monica Sementilli would have been far better off financially with Fabio alive and thriving and not gone. It will be crystal clear to you that any claim of a financial motive in this case is simply untrue. And the evidence will prove that. Now, Monica and Robert Baker, as they were having an affair, like many people having an affair, constantly texted and communicated. And those texts and communications, Monica worked very hard to keep private. And like many people who have ever had an extramarital affair, many people try to keep their communications with their lover private. There's not anything inherently criminal about that. And yes, you will hear, of course, Monica deleted her communications with the man she was having an affair with. You will hear that they used messaging apps separate from her normal messaging apps. But you will not hear any evidence that only criminals somehow use these messaging apps. I guarantee you there are people in this courtroom, including me, who use WhatsApp and Viber and all kinds of messaging apps all the time. And there's nothing criminal about those apps. Absolutely nothing. And frankly, end-to-end encryption, as you can hear from the experts, is no different from your Apple messaging. That's end-to-end encryption. So the suggestion that something is proof of an intent to kill or an intent to do harm or a conspiracy, because Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were communicating by WhatsApp or Viber, is simply inconsistent with the evidence you'll hear. And yes, Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli constantly texted. They constantly texted through 2016 and early 2017, and after her husband was killed, they continued to text. Because after Fabio was killed, yes, Monica, having no idea that Robert Baker had done the awful thing that he did, continued her affair, took comfort and solace, and allowed Robert Baker into her life more and more. And yes, she was attracted to him. She was comforted by him. She continued the affair. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a crime, and you will know it's not a crime as the evidence is presented. You will also learn of those thousands and thousands of communications, of those hundreds of texts, phone calls, emails, some of which you will hear about in this courtroom. There is not a single piece of evidence among all of those communications that gives you the slightest indication that Monica wanted her husband dead or that Monica conspired with anyone to do anything. Not a single one. And you will also hear the prosecution tell you that somehow, some way, the fact that there were so many communications around the days around Fabio's killing, that is somehow evidence that Monica Sementilli was involved. But you will also hear that the number of communications between Baker and Monica in the days around the day of or the day before Fabio was killed are absolutely no different than they were in the days before or the weeks before. No different. So the idea to suggest that somehow the volume of calls was different between New Year's and January 23rd simply proves nothing. It proves nothing at all. What you will see instead, ladies and gentlemen, is that over the course of the summer and fall of 2016, leading up to this murder, the pattern of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli show you the dynamics and control that Robert Baker asserted over Monica, and not the opposite. You will learn from the actual evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that 2/3 of the communications that Robert and Monica had were Robert attempting to reach out to Monica to find out what she was doing, where she was, when she could meet, when she could see him. All of those communications reflect that over 2/3, frankly, of all of their communications came from Robert Baker and not Monica Sementilli. Now, one of the great things about our system is that in order to convict somebody for a crime, you actually have to have evidence. You actually have to have evidence that tells you that that person committed that crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet, what you've heard so far from the prosecution is not direct evidence of any commission of a crime. What the prosecution is going to ask you to consider is what they've mentioned is circumstantial evidence. And there's no better example of the dangers of circumstantial evidence here than this fact. The prosecution has told you already that they can show that there were hundreds of messages and texts in the days around the killing between Monica and Baker. But the evidence also will show you that there were the same number of messages in the days and weeks before. And as the court will instruct you, with circumstantial evidence, if you can draw two or more reasonable conclusions from the circumstantial evidence that is presented to you, and one of those reasonable conclusions points to innocence and the other to guilt, you must accept the one that points to innocence and not the one that points to guilt, where there is a reasonable conclusion to be made. And of course, reject any one that would be unreasonable. But as you see here, the fact that the prosecution may show you that there were hundreds of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli on the days around when Robert Baker killed Fabio means nothing if they are the same number of communications in the days and weeks before. One of the things the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, as you sit and listen to the testimony of witnesses and see the documents that are presented, is that over the course of the fall of 2016, Robert Baker's manipulation and interest in controlling Monica Sementilli became greater and greater and greater. You will hear even from other witnesses in this case, a woman named Paula McCullum, who also trained at the gym, who also knew Robert Baker, Robert Baker charmed and manipulated her as well. In fact, Robert Baker and Paula McCullum had an affair around the same time he was with Monica Sementilli in the early stages of their relationship. And after he dumped Paula McCullum was still willing to do and give Robert Baker anything he wanted. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that when Robert Baker was planning the murder of Fabio Sementilli, he didn't use or be assisted by Monica Sementilli. He used Paula McCullum, who will get on the stand and testify and admit to you that she had originally had an affair with Robert Baker, that while they were no longer sleeping together and no longer together, that Robert Baker called her and asked her to rent a car for him. You will learn from Paula, she had no idea there was a murder that was going to happen or what Robert's intentions were. And you will learn that Paula McCullum, just because Robert Baker asked her to, rented the car that Robert Baker used to kill Fabio Sementilli. Not Monica, Paula McCullum. Because Robert Baker was an aggressive, manipulative, controlling man. And you will see from corroborative evidence, even in the sexual relationship, that the prosecution says it will spend so much time proving up, even though there's been no contest, no dispute that there was a sexual relationship. Even the nature of that sexual relationship will tell you about the control Robert Baker exercised. Robert Baker took graphic sexual photos of Monica Sementilli, and you will learn in a very creepy way, stored them in a series of memory cards that were found among his belongings. Graphic sexual images of things that he had Monica Sementilli do. You'll hear that other witnesses will talk about Robert Baker and his control sexually of women, and that Robert Baker even asked, according to Paula McCullum to go out and have sex with other men. And it was Robert Baker's deviance and sexual control that you will see reflected in the actual evidence in this case. And you'll also see that Robert Baker started following and stalking Monica Sementilli. It's interesting, you're going to see, this is a computer data slide that you will see later, actually presented by a prosecution expert who's going to talk to you about geolocation and tracking Robert Baker's movements during this period of time. And what that evidence is going to clearly show you from this slide is that in and around the time that Monica was continuing to want to live with her family and be with her family while also carrying on an affair, that wasn't good enough for Robert Baker. And you will see the constant number of times that Robert Baker was lurking in and around the Sementilli home. You will also see, as the prosecution has suggested, they had an entire team of specialized officers, I think from the official high-powered narcotics gang unit, I think the prosecutor mentioned, where this team of highly trained surveillance officers were set their sights on Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker. And for hours and hours and hours, they surveilled and followed Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker. And what did you see that they found from the prosecutor's description? You saw that Robert Baker was having sexual relationships with Monica, kissing in public. You saw that Monica Sementilli was kissing someone else. You'll learn at Robert Baker's direction. You will hear consistently that the sum total of this high-powered surveillance unit in following Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, found out exactly one thing. They were having an affair they already knew that she was having. And what else will you learn? The prosecutor talked about a surveillance officer who's going to get on the stand and talk about Monica Sementilli at a bar where she was kissing a bouncer. But what you will also hear is that Robert Baker not only shopped for Monica Sementilli, she told her what clothes she would have to wear. Those same surveillance officers spent hours recording Robert Baker bringing clothes, short dresses, short skirts to Monica Sementilli, and in a gas station parking lot, having her try on those clothes for him and then putting her in the back of a car. You will also hear that things were not happy between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli after the death of her husband. You will know one of the reasons that it was so clear that Robert Baker felt he had to take things into his own hands is that after Fabio died, Monica was truly devastated, grieving. You will hear witness after witness who tells you that her grief was real, that her tears were real, that her physical manifestations of the loss of her husband could not have been faked. You will hear she was shaking. You will hear that there were real tears constantly. And you will even hear that 2 months after Fabio's death, Robert Baker had had enough at one point. And you will hear a story that the surveillance agents tell about following Robert Baker and Monica to a parking lot where Robert Baker is driving. And that's another thing, please. The theory is Monica is driving this relationship somehow, but constantly, time and again, you will see from the surveillance tape, it's Robert Baker who's taking over Monica's car or truck. It's Robert Baker who is driving Monica Sementilli. And in that instance, you will see that Monica Sementilli is sitting in the passenger seat of a truck. Robert Baker is driving, and he all of a sudden slams on the car, stops the car, and slams the door, and walks away. And what you didn't hear is that Monica Sementilli is sitting in that truck. The surveillance agents go up to that truck, and for the next 20 minutes, sitting right beside Monica Sementilli, unbeknownst to her, she is sobbing. As the surveillance agent writes in the report, sobbing uncontrollably. Nothing made up, nothing fake. Sobbing uncontrollably, saying out loud, "I'm so stupid." I want to talk to you about the day that Fabio Sementilli was killed. January 23rd, 2017. The day and the day before for the Monica and the Sementilli family, you will learn, were like any other. There will be no evidence that Monica did or said anything during those 2 days that was different from their normal routine. You will learn that Monica and Fabio and the girls had dinner that Fabio had picked up the night before, and you will hear that that day, the 23rd, began like many others. You will hear that on the morning of the 23rd, early, around 7:30, Bella, who's 16, left for high school like she did every morning of the week. But you will also hear there was one thing that was different. At the very last minute when there would be no way to plan any elaborate scheme, Fabio didn't go to work that day. Fabio would have normally been at work that day. He had taken off Friday, but the plan was that he was going to be at work on Monday, and at the last minute decided not to go. In fact, you will hear evidence that he had also planned that week to get a colonoscopy, and even had indicated that he wouldn't be home, that he would be at a colonoscopy appointment that Monday, January 23rd. You will also hear that when Bella went to school after she left, early that morning, or mid-morning I should say, the Sementilli housekeeper arrived. That was Delia Pacheco, who you will hear from shortly. And Delia came in, but this was not a situation where Monica had, chefs and housekeepers that were there all the time. Delia only came 2 times a month. And the prosecutors are going to suggest to you that the one of 2 days that month that Delia was working during the day at that house, somehow Monica had planned a murder. You're also going to know that Fabio left the house at 10:57. He left. He went to run errands. Monica had Fabio promise that day, since he was going to stay home, he was going to get a power washer fixed. I think Ms. Silverman mentioned it, because she had wanted him to clean the driveway. And you will learn that Fabio left at 10:57, and then Monica and her daughter Jess, the 18-year-old, who was also at the house, left themselves to the LA Fitness gym to work out. And you will hear from Matt Nurse that he saw Monica and Jess at the gym. He even saw that Monica was playing racquetball with Robert Baker, her coach, that morning. And you will hear that Fabio, at some point midday, comes back home. And then you'll also hear Jess, the 18-year-old, and Monica come back home. And they have lunch together with Fabio. Delia's at the house, Jess is at the house, Monica is at the house, and Fabio is at the house. Now, the prosecution's theory is that somehow in this, what they've referred to as this tight murder timeline, that somehow you are going to see something done or said or acted on by Monica that suggests she did something or said something to ensure that there would be no one at the house other than Fabio at the time 2 killers came to the home. But what you will see instead from the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that the evidence is going to show you nothing could be further from the truth. You'll hear that Bella that day was supposed to, after school, have an interview at a deli in the Valley. You'll hear that definitely Monica and Bella communicated about her interview and to let her know how it went and that she was going to come home afterwards. You'll also hear that Jessica, later that afternoon, had scheduled a last-minute babysitting gig. The friend we spoke of, Deborah Obad, will tell you that there had been no long ago scheduling of a plan. She wanted to run a few errands, and she'd asked Jessica, not Monica, Jessica, if she could come over that afternoon to babysit. You will also hear that Monica had errands to run and was headed to go out planning a meal, a dinner that night of fatina, which is like a pasta, and corn for the family, and also to pick up some toiletries for Fabio. And she leaves for Target in the afternoon, but she doesn't leave Fabio alone in the house. She leaves Fabio with her 18-year-old daughter, Jessica, in the house. What you will also learn from the actual evidence is that during the course of that afternoon, Monica Sementilli did not do a single thing while she was shopping at Target or going to the grocery store to pick up the ingredients for the dinner that would have assisted or aided in these two killers who showed up at their house. You will hear first evidence that will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely tell you that it is impossible for Monica Sementilli to have orchestrated the murder of her husband. If you are planning a murder and orchestrating a murder to ensure that somehow your husband is alone at the house, the one job you would have is to take some action to ensure that nobody's coming home. Jessica is out babysitting. You'll hear evidence that's clear. Deb Obad's just running a few errands. After the errands are done, Jessica's going to come back to the house. But what you will actually know from the evidence is there was not one phone call or message to Deborah Obad or to Jessica after she left for babysitting that day, trying to find out when she was coming home, control when she was coming home, intercept Jessica from coming home, or finding out from Deborah when Jessica would be done with babysitting and coming home. And there was nothing that Monica Sementilli did or said that would have prevented her 18-year-old daughter from walking in on a murder, potentially being killed herself, or at least seeing who the killers of her father were. And for Bella, you will hear that Bella's interview, in fact, lasted only 30 minutes at the deli. You'll hear that Bella wanted to pick up some glasses, not prearranged, wanted to pick up some glasses, and that Monica, while she was at Target, receives a call from the eye doctor, finding out if it's okay for Bella to pick up the glasses and then come home. Now, Monica could have intercepted Bella. Monica could have said, "Hey, Bella, I want you to wait at the eye doctor. I'll meet you there," to control when Bella was coming home. But what you will see instead is Monica Sementilli didn't call Bella, didn't text Bella, didn't say anything to try to prevent her daughter from going home. And the prosecution in this case will ask you to believe that Monica Sementilli was willing for Bella Sementilli, her 16-year-old daughter, to come home to two murderers killing her father and potentially die herself. And you will hear that the actual evidence in this case is Bella Sementilli came home within 1 minute of those two killers being in the house. 1 minute to find her father dead. There is nothing on earth that would indicate that Monica Sementilli did anything that could have prevented the slaughter of her children. So this theory that somehow Monica Sementilli, right, was orchestrating, was planning, was doing things, messaging, is completely belied by that fact. And you will also learn that on January 23rd, at the critical time the prosecution wants you to believe that Monica Sementilli was orchestrating this murder, there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence that you will see that there was any communication between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker for the critical timeline that the prosecution tells you about. The one critical time that there would have been any assistance provided had there been any communication during that period. And you will also see evidence, which we'll talk about later, that at 3:53, the idea that somehow home cameras were accessed for any reason that would have been related to Monica Sementilli plotting and orchestrating the murder of her husband will be proven factually untrue. You will learn that at 3:53, there was nobody at her house. At 3:53, there was no ability to assist the killers because the killers got there much later. And you will also hear that there was a perfectly legitimate reason for Monica Sementilli, who'd asked her husband to clean the driveway, to access her home cameras at 3:53. You will also learn from the prosecution's theory of a murder timeline that the prosecution would have you believe that just prior to this, at 4:25, which the prosecution will tell you is a critical time, Monica is leaving Target. I think the prosecutor mentioned that she's leaving and clearly looking at her phone, and you saw a picture at Target of Monica leaving Target with looking at her phone. You will hear evidence from an expert that shows you that it would not have been possible in any way for Monica to be looking at her home cameras. So whatever she was looking at, it wasn't going to be her home cameras. And you will also see that at an even more critical time, when the killers were at the house and likely killing her husband, Monica wasn't on her phone. Monica wasn't looking at home cameras. Monica wasn't texting or calling anyone. She has both hands on a shopping cart and she's buying groceries. And one of the things that I didn't hear mentioned earlier of the so-called evidence that Monica was somehow assisting or doing something that could have even conceivably facilitated this awful murder, is that one of the things you will see from the evidence that Monica Sementilli was doing at the grocery store, in addition to shopping and buying food, is that she accessed a dating website. She went on a dating website that she went on dozens of times before, called Lifestyle Lounge, and you will see from the evidence in the case that is what Monica Sementilli was doing. Not helping, not communicating, not assisting, and not conspiring. The killing of Fabio Sementilli was unspeakable. It was a very personal stabbing that Robert Baker did with his protege and friend, Chris Austin, who called Robert Baker Unc, and you will hear just came and killed Fabio himself for no reason, because Robert Baker asked him to. You will hear that when Bella and shortly thereafter Monica came home to the house, it was absolutely chaos. You will hear the real devastation that Monica Sementilli and that family experienced from finding their beloved husband and father dead. No faking, no false tears, no smiling off in the distance. You will hear from the people who knew Monica best. In fact, Deborah Obad, you'll also hear from, will be called by the prosecution. She will tell you that when she got to that house, there was no question that Monica Sementilli was devastated. Nothing that could be faked. Physical shaking, physical tears, absolutely out of control. You will even hear that Bella was so shocked she wasn't crying at all. No less grief, no less devastation. You'll also hear that in the chaotic hours and minutes after Bella and Monica discovered Fabio, things were upside down. You'll hear witnesses describe Monica. She can't even put two words together. She didn't want to get on the phone. She was saying things that didn't even make sense. And one of the things you'll hear that she said was that she wanted Deb to get in touch with Luigi, Fabio's son, let him know his dad was taking care of him. That's what you'll hear Monica ask. The prosecution has actually claimed to you that Monica Sementilli, on the very night her husband died, was making a claim for life insurance. And what the evidence will show you is that could not be farther from the truth. You will hear evidence on the evening of January 23rd, 2017. Monica and the girls at the house stayed in the house while the police were there initially, and then when Deb got there, at some point they were moved over to a kind neighbor's house who took them in. And in those chaotic hours, where police and forensics and scientific folks are investigating and over at the house, there are a series of people who come through, there are a series of phone calls, and in fact, Monica, at some point says to her daughter, "Get Luigi." And Luigi is on the phone, and Monica, for a very brief period of time, has the conversation with Luigi. Your dad took care of you. You can stay in school. There's a policy. But that life insurance policy has nothing to do with Monica Sementilli. You will also learn that Monica's behavior on the night of the murder was absolutely consistent with a woman who had just lost her best friend and husband. And she did nothing, she said nothing to indicate in any way that she was somehow involved. And the investigation of Fabio's murder begins. And what you will also hear and see from the evidence in this case is that the moment police, and it took them all of 3 weeks, the moment the police in this case learned that blood from Robert Baker had been found in that home, and that Robert Baker had been having an affair with Monica Sementilli, the police, with no more evidence than that, no evidence that Monica was in any way involved, no evidence that Monica's blood or anything had been found that was actual evidence that she was related to this murder, because they found out that she was having an affair, they set all of their sights, all of their focus from that moment on, February 14th, 2017, on Monica Sementilli. Every single move the police made at that point was with what's known as confirmation bias. The conclusion, before they had any evidence that Monica had anything to do with this crime, that Monica Sementilli must be involved. And every move they made was intended to try to prove that. But they couldn't. And what you will see is that the police from that moment on lied to this family and lied to Monica. And they repeatedly told that family that this crime, in their belief, had been done by the knock-knock burglars, that burglars don't even come back to the home. They should feel safe, that they knew and they had great leads that this murder had been committed by these knock-knock burglars. And what did they do at the same time? Monica, her daughters, not knowing anything about blood of Robert Baker being found at that house, nothing about the blood that they found, they lied. And by lying for 5 months, they allowed Robert Baker, who they knew was the killer of Fabio, to be free and with that family. You will also learn that after Fabio died, Monica did seek comfort with this man she'd been having an affair with. And you will also learn that there was nothing that indicated Robert Baker was involved. Nothing. And Robert Baker pretended to be the comforting lover to Monica Sementilli. And yes, she continued the affair. And yes, she deleted her messages so her family would not find out about her affair. But there's nothing that the police did or found about Monica Sementilli during those months other than what has never been contested, which she continued the affair. And continuing the affair is not evidence that she wanted her husband to die. The prosecution would tell you, or did tell you, that somehow Monica lied to the police. And I want to be very, very clear. They specifically told you that Monica committed a series of lies to the police. And one of the things they highlight is that somehow that Monica claimed not to know Robert Baker, not to know Robert Baker's last name, I think the prosecutor told you. But when you see the actual evidence in this case, you will find out that Monica Sementilli did not lie to the officer. And by the way, this is all recorded, that Monica Sementilli told the police when they asked her if she knew Rob, her friend's last name, she told them that his last name was Baker. She told them that his last name was Baker. The prosecution has told you that Monica was deceptive when police asked her for the paperwork from her home camera system. And she told them she couldn't find it. But she also, I don't believe, mentioned that this is a home camera system that had been purchased over 7 months prior. And there was also a statement to you that somehow it was Monica Sementilli who upgraded that home system. But what the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, is an email clearly and unequivocally showing you that it wasn't Monica Sementilli who upgraded her system. It was Fabio Sementilli. And anything else you hear about Monica Sementilli's communication to the police, you will know when you see the actual evidence that if Monica was not offering information about her private life, it was to cover up an affair. And every single thing that will be claimed that was somehow not forthcoming is absolutely consistent with someone who is desperately trying to cover up the affair they were having.
Counsel, I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know if it's a good time to take a break or you're close
That's
to done
fine.
or what.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right, so another break. I'm going to read over some of the notes I have, but I wanted to quickly go back, and that is about the fact that I felt like her attorney lied by omission. So she was talking about the life insurance policy, and she made it a point to say that it was only one policy, and it covered Luigi, the son, and that's fine, but she briefly talked about, make myself a little bit bigger. She briefly talked about how, well, he had life insurance through the company he worked for. And she just kind of skirted away from that. She mentioned it and then let it sit. But I'm pretty familiar with companies that do life insurance type things for their employees. My husband actually has it. And the way that it works isn't always like a normal insurance policy. Insurance policy. It's not like a normal policy where you would say who the beneficiary is immediately right off the bat like he did for Luigi. In fact, I don't think my husband even stipulated for this company policy one. I think it automatically goes to the spouse, and if the spouse is not living, then it goes to the kids. It's just automatically that family unit. So it's hard to say if that's for sure how this one is set up for Fabio, but there's a good chance. And if she was calling to tell Luigi, hey, he hooked you up, you're fine, you can stay in college, there's a huge chance that that private policy was going to her and the girls. And that's why she wasn't all of a sudden losing her mind about having no money and Luigi gets all this money, but we're screwed. Pretty sure it's because they get that one. And the way that she had covered it just really made it seem like, oh, she didn't want insurance policy. She wasn't doing anything like that. And, she knew it was under Luigi. Well, no, I think it's because the private one was under her. And so I just didn't like the way that she was kind of being a little bit deceptive about that. I think it's interesting that Baker was a military police. I think that's very interesting, considering that he is a sex offender, has had all these many affairs, and just basically looks like a really bad guy when it's pen to paper. But he was a military police, so you would hope that he would have better morals, be a better person. It doesn't sound like that helped at all. Let's see what else I wrote down. She talked about how Monica had real grief after the murder. And she probably did, whether she was involved or not. She probably was dealing with so many emotions. But I think it's interesting to hear that Monica supposedly told Baker that she didn't want anything further in the relationship when it was talked about, like, her leaving Fabio or just whatever. She didn't want to do any of that because she loves her family. But in some of the pictures we've already seen from the state, she was using lipstick to write on Baker's mirror in his bedroom, and she wrote Mrs. Baker. And it was brought up several times that she wants to marry him. So I think that totally went against what the state had presented for us, and it goes against what Monica actually has said. I don't believe that she said, I don't want anything more and I just want it to be casual like that. There's no way, because you wouldn't be writing Mrs. Baker everywhere. It also was interesting that she was implying that the daughter who got home 1 minute after they left the murder scene, that she was in danger and she could have been murdered too. I really don't think that makes any sense, since clearly they were going after Fabio so he could be with Monica. Once again, seems very orchestrated by her. I don't think even if a daughter came home at the time or happened to be home and then they left thinking they shouldn't do it because she's there, I don't think at any point this daughter was in trouble or should have been afraid of getting killed at all. I just don't see that being a part of the picture. So there's my notes for what we just went through. You have to let me know what you guys think about the defense's opening statement. Do you think that they made any good points? If you already watched all of State's opening, who do you think has a stronger case? I am just going to say that I think the State does so far. It'll be interesting if Baker testifies for the defense's behalf. But also, yeah, if Christopher decides he's going to come on and he will be for the State, that means he can easily disprove a lot of things that Monica and Baker have said. So, going to be very interesting. All right, I'm going to put myself back on mute. This should be a 15-minute break. Let me see how far we're in. It's about 6 minutes into break. Hopefully at least this break will be timely. Oh, you think it's being dragged out, Sam? I mean, I was only expecting that they would try to go on for a while after what happened with the State. I mean, a day and a half of opening statement is a lot. So I figured they would try to do that, but it seems like they're wrapping up and that there's not much more to go. So I would imagine that they'll finish their opening statement and there's a chance that they'll even call it for the day, but I guess we'll see how much further they have to go. And I said this earlier today, but I'm just going to touch upon it again because the defense brought it up. But they're sitting there saying, you know, she's going through grief right after this. And what we do know is, if not the same week, but within a couple weeks, Monica started going out almost every night. She was going to karaoke bars in general, going over to Baker's house. I mean, she was gone so much that her own daughters were writing her being like, when are you coming home? And you're being out so late. And they basically were having to mommy their own mom. So I think the defense going on that she was in a grief state and devastated and all this other stuff, it surely didn't look like it. Because if you're in that type of place, you wouldn't the next day go out and go to karaoke or do these different things. So I just think another thing that was probably not helpful for them at all. I agree, Sam. She probably has more to go. But if you heard the judge, he asked if she wanted a break, and then she said that's fine, and he said I don't know how much longer you have, and she didn't answer. So I mean, maybe there's a chance it's short, but there probably will be a lot more. And once again, I think just trying to counteract what went on with the State, I feel like she kind of has to do that. Just shows that she cares and is putting in as many details as she can, and she doesn't want the State prosecutors to look better in that sense. So we'll see what happens. We're all on different time zones. Tomorrow, this will be back. I think it's going to be like 9:30 California time for me, that would be 12:30 afternoon. So that's what time this will be back on tomorrow, and I'll have it up with me. I'm gonna minimize myself again. UK time. Is it 11:50 where you are right now? Okay. So then I think when it's 12:30 my time, you should be like at 5:30. I think that's 5:30 your time, PM. It's hard to keep track of all these time zones. I know I have some people that are on from Australia, and that one I can never keep track of what the time difference is. Yeah, that's a huge time difference. I usually end up doing a lot of recordings at nighttime, and I'm always surprised with how many people actually get on the lives with me, but it's probably because of that, because it's late for me, but for everyone else it might just be like afternoon or morning. I was sitting here just now trying to see if Sarah Boone has been officially put in her new home, but no, she's still at the reception center. No, but I am not surprised at all about that. Not surprised. I am not gonna say who, but I almost got one of George's ex-wives to do an interview with me. She is now having cold feet, so it may not happen, but it will be really cool if I'm somehow able to make it happen.
Tell the defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and all
All
are
right,
present.
they're back.
And Ms. Burke, you may continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, once you are able to see and hear the evidence of the prosecution's theory in this case, that somehow Monica Sementilli went from a happy, warm, close family life, being a woman who at midlife was having an affair, to some kind of homicidal murderess and conspirator, because she didn't want to get a divorce and because she wanted a portion of a life insurance policy and the benefits her husband made, even though her husband would be gone and she would no longer have his salary. You will learn that this case is going to come down to something very different. You are going to learn from the evidence that only 2 people in the world know how and why Fabio Sementilli was cruelly and viciously murdered. And the evidence will show you that neither one of them is seated here. You will learn that only 2 people planned this crime and carried it out. And the evidence will show that neither of those 2 people is seated here. And you will learn that only 2 people have already entered a plea for the murder of Fabio Sementilli and admitted their guilt. One who has already been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole They will be in a cage for the rest of their life. No deal to be made. No incentive or benefit to lie. And you will also hear from a man who has every incentive to lie and every benefit to try to save his own life. One of those men, Robert Baker, on the left, is the man who is going to be in a cage for the rest of his life, who's going to get on this stand without any incentive or gain or motive or anything that will be leniency to him or that will help him to get on this stand and tell the truth and admit that Monica Sementilli had nothing to do with his decision to murder her husband. And then you will hear from the other man, Christopher Austin, who has also admitted he murdered. He took a knife and put it in the neck of Fabio Sementilli, that he killed Fabio Sementilli. But you will learn he is the one that is asked for a deal. And how do we know who's telling the truth or lying? How do we know if we don't look at whether there's corroboration, other evidence that indicates that what that person is saying is the truth? And you are going to see that corroboration in evidence that's documentary. I mean written. I mean in written form, you are going to see evidence in this case that allows you to know that Robert Baker is telling the truth. You are going to see in this case, ladies and gentlemen, a communication by Robert Baker one day after Fabio Sementilli was killed. January 24th at 2:05, Robert Baker sends a text that he's later deleted. And that text is to Monica Sementilli, and that text is a condolence text to Monica Sementilli telling her, "I'm so sorry." If Monica Sementilli is the criminal mastermind the prosecution would like you to believe she is, why on earth would her co-conspirator, the man she supposedly had commit this murder, send her a text apologizing, saying he was sorry for what grief she's going through, that he's so sorry? Why would he do that? You are also going to see that after Robert Baker was arrested for this murder, after he was in custody, and many years after he was in custody, he is continuing to maintain his innocence, desperately trying in jail to convince Monica that he's innocent, to keep her in his control, to keep her in his purview. And you will hear indisputable evidence that Robert Baker, shortly after he finally confesses to having killed her husband, confesses to the crime and has been sentenced in July for life without parole. In jail, Robert Baker writes a letter to Monica Sementilli. And Robert Baker, in that letter, tells Monica Sementilli that he killed her husband in an accident, that he'd gone over to her home to drop off some kind of love note, and he wanted to tell her how sorry he was that it had gone out of control and that he had somehow accidentally killed Fabio. And he writes Monica this letter and tries to get this letter delivered to Monica, saying that he's sorry that he accidentally killed her husband. Why? Why would Robert Baker write a letter to Monica Sementilli apologizing for killing her husband and trying to make himself look better somehow by claiming that the reason he did it was unintentional, that it was just an accident, that just something had gone wrong? Why would he do that? And you will see that letter. And that brings us to the other killer, who the prosecution is going to ask you to believe when this man who has admitted he committed this murder as well, is going to get on that stand and claim that Monica Sementilli somehow knew and somehow planned. He's not going to ever testify once that Monica Sementilli ever said a word to him about wanting her husband dead. He's not going to testify once that Monica Sementilli somehow plotted or wrote to him or indicated to him that she wanted her husband dead. What he's going to claim instead is that he understood that from Robert Baker when he agreed, he says, to kill Fabio Sementilli, and did so. You are going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Chris Austin is going to testify like he is, not because he saw anything Monica did that was wrongful, or heard anything from her that was wrongful, not because she ever told him, not because she spoke to him, not because he ever overheard her say anything. The reason you will hear him say that is because that is the only way his life will be saved. You are going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a young man who, from his first contact with law enforcement, and remember, the police waited 6.5 years to even question Christopher Austin for the first time, inexplicably. He was a suspect early on. They were so focused on trying to find evidence about Monica Sementilli, which they hadn't found, that it took them 6.5 years of this killer being free before they even bothered to question him. And there will be no doubt in your mind that Christopher Austin's claims are provably false, and that Christopher Austin is going to get on that stand and perjure himself because he was told early on, from the first moments he was arrested, that Monica Sementilli, according to law enforcement, was the only reason he was there. And you are going to hear evidence that you can listen to about the lengths and steps this prosecution has taken to get the prize they want. And you are going to hear, nobody's going to be interpreting it, you are going to hear yourself the things that were said to Christopher Austin before he ever implicated Monica Sementilli. When Christopher Austin is arrested, he's arrested on something called a Ramey warrant, which is a probable cause warrant saying they believe he's committed this murder, and then they took him into custody in Washington State where he was living, and they put him in a jail cell. And they had a law officer, a peace officer, a detective, come in and let him know why he was there. And let him know that other people in the case, Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, that Monica Sementilli was about to start trial in her case. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when they placed Christopher Austin in that cell and had told him they had arrested him for murder, they placed him side by side, a jailhouse informant, a peace officer, an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a cellmate, a wise, knowledgeable cellmate. And you will hear that when they did that, when they placed Christopher Austin in that cell, that undercover agent proceeded to tell Chris Austin exactly what could get him home. You will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when he gets in that cell and is first told that Monica is going to be going to trial, and the undercover police agent who's already been briefed on everything, who's trying to talk to him and influence him, what you are going to hear is that that undercover agent says to Christopher Austin, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck her life. It's her life or your life. The agent tells Chris Austin, first one to tell, first one out of jail. He tells Chris Austin, if they can get that Maine, they want that big fish. If they can get that Maine motherfucker, they ain't giving a fuck about you. That police agent tells Chris Austin, of course you're going to have to switch your story up a bit. Of course you're going to have to switch your story up a bit. And ladies and gentlemen, what you will learn is that the story Chris Austin needs to switch is that when they first arrest Austin and ask him about Monica Sementilli, he says he doesn't even really know her. He says nothing about implicating her in a conspiracy to murder, or that there's anything he knows she said or done, or any way she's acted that is evidence she was involved in this whatsoever. It is the police agent who you will learn tells Chris Austin, before he ever comes up with a story saying, oh yeah, I know she's involved, who says to Chris Austin, you got two jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home, or you do the job that's going to get you gone. And gone is prison for the rest of his life. After he's been sort of stewed and simmered by this police agent talking to him, that's when the police try to interview him again. And Chris Austin says in that interview, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking for some kind of deal, some type of deal to go home to my girls, his wife and his young daughter. Chris Austin in that interview says, like, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to get home to my girls. That's what Chris Austin says. And what does Chris Austin do? He gives the prosecution in this case exactly what they need. He gives them exactly what he knows and learns they need. He gives them that big fish. He gives them the claim that Monica Sementilli was involved in this murder, when he knows she wasn't. Whatever you need, he says. I need to get home to my girls. Agent telling him, you need to switch up your story, because it's not going to be enough for him not to know Monica Sementilli and not to have indicated in any way that she was involved. He switched up his story, and then from there on out, the prosecution offers him a deal that will get him home, that will get him home to those girls if he gets on that stand and falsely states that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with the killing of her husband.
Sustained.
Austin's incentive, his direct motive to come in here and lie in order to be able to go home to his family instead of spending the rest of his life in prison, is exactly what will tell you who's lying and who's telling the truth. You will hear his false story, which will make no sense to you. And we will go into that in detail when he tells it, because he tells so many different stories. He tells the police at first when he's trying to cut his deal, he tells them that he and Baker went to the house just to rough up Fabio, saying that there was some kind of abuse in the home and that he was going there to just rough him up. And then he tells the police, well, I didn't know anything about insurance, but I found out on the day of there was some kind of insurance involved. But he also tells the police he wasn't initially offered anything, and he was kind of upset about that. He tells the police agent that he didn't have any benefit. Then he says first that he flew into LA not even believing that he was going to commit a murder, that he was flying in for his birthday. And then he tells them a better story, that Baker got him to fly in for the murder. Testing the waters, changing his story every time to be more and more and more what he knows the prosecution wants him to say. And by the time he comes to LA, and by the time he sits down with the prosecutors in LA and gives what Ms. Silverman called a proffer, the story has completely changed to get him what he desperately needs, even if that means falsely testifying against Monica Sementilli. Now, the prosecutor has talked to you about what happened after Monica was wrongly arrested for this crime. And they've talked to you about recordings and statements she supposedly made. But I want to make sure you all scrutinize carefully. We want you to scrutinize the evidence you will see carefully, because what you will see from that evidence, what it will show you, is that when Monica Sementilli was arrested for this crime, consistently and uniformly, she denied that she had anything to do with this offense. You will not hear one recorded statement. I think the prosecutor told you that there were times that she was recorded. She didn't know she was recorded. She didn't think she was recorded. There were these phone calls, some of which were recorded, that she thought that nobody would hear. Not in any of those communications will you hear Monica Sementilli ever indicate that she was a participant in this crime. You will also know that Robert Baker, from the moment they were arrested, did everything in his power to convince desperately Monica that he was innocent. He was so manipulative and controlling. You will hear in the fuller playing of the tapes, not these cherry-picked snippets, but the full tapes you will hear, the context and understanding of what Robert Baker was doing. Desperate to convince Monica, one, that he had had nothing to do with this offense. And desperate, even though he was trying to tell her he had nothing to do with the offense, that somehow it was completely a mistake that she was there also. She was only there because of him, his criminal past, and this wacky, wacky thing that they'd found his blood in the Fabio Sementilli home. And yet, as many times as he tried to come up with stories and had convinced her that they had played racquetball together and that blood that had gotten on her shoes was somehow explain the blood in her house, and he worked and worked and worked to try to desperately convince her, you will learn, that he was innocent. There is nothing that Monica Sementilli says that indicates in any way she was doing anything but desperately trying to find out what this evidence was, why they were there, why they were arrested, and how could it be that she was in custody. Only you guys decide what really happened here. Only you judge the credibility and the believability of the people you hear from. Only you decide if what you're hearing on tapes is actually what you're hearing, or is it something different? Only you decide if there's an understandable context and meaning based on the evidence you're hearing. Only you do. The stakes here couldn't be any greater. And we very much appreciate that how seriously you take waiting before making any opinions or decisions in this case until you actually hear the witnesses and see the evidence in this case. And whether you can yourselves feel comfortable beyond a reasonable doubt with the evidence that's going to be presented to you, ever finding Monica Sementilli guilty of anything. Ladies and gentlemen, after 7.5 years of waiting to finally have her day in court, not guilty, ladies and gentlemen, will be the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, fellow first witness.
We made it through all the opening statements. Woo! That was only 2 days worth. And he said, call your first witness. We're moving right along.
You could face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be
Take that back. No encore, please.
Thank you. Please have a seat for witness stand. And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's Daryl Yoshihashi, D-A-R-Y-L. Last name is Y-O-S-H-I-H-A-S-H-I.
Mr. Yoshihashi, what do you do for a living?
Ma'am, right now I'm a fire inspector, previously firefighter paramedic,
And who do you work for?
Los Angeles Fire Department.
And how long have you been a fire inspector?
7 years.
So your current job as a fire inspector, what does that entail?
Going to buildings, make sure the fire alarm, fire protection features are signed off along with the various trades, like with LADBS, like electrical, mechanical, before they get their certificate of occupancy.
Now, you mentioned that was the last 7 years. What did you do before that?
So the last 10 years was at the fire station, firefighter, and then firefighter paramedic.
And can you explain then when you said firefighter and a fire paramedic, what does that mean?
I guess, fire and EMS in LA City, we have to do both. So we're either running medical calls or fire-related incidents, and so we have to be able to do both. So we have the whole, yeah.
And back in January of 2017, then, were you employed as such with LA Fire Department as both a fireman and a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, sorry. So when you went to scenes, then, what was your primary duties?
Pretty much abate the emergency, whatever it was. I would say keeping the members of our crew safe and as well as ourselves, and then also if those medical calls, making sure that we got the patients, addressed their medical concerns, got them to the appropriate medical facility. I would say that was most of it. A lot of taking care of families, making sure everybody was taken care of there in terms of that. And I would say in terms of fires, make sure it was put out, overhauled, make sure we didn't miss anything so that we didn't have any rekindles. And just a lot of stuff back at the fire station was just making sure we took care of everything around the station, fire prevention, anything we needed to do around the community.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers it.
Yeah, you did. It's a lot. Now, as far as a paramedic, then, were you trained in life-saving measures?
Yes.
Can you explain your background, training, and experience that qualified you for that position, specifically back in January of 2017 as a firefighter as well as a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am. So I guess coming onto the job, we had to be EMT, so more basic level of care. Taking blood pressures, bandaging, CPR, those kind of things. But it is an option for us to go to paramedic school if we weren't already paramedics. So I guess our scope within LA County, we're overseen by a medical director, and kind of expands. So we can now, as far as doing EKGs, starting IVs, giving various drugs for various medical conditions. So for us, not only just running calls, but every 2 years we have to get recertified, go through recertification training, 48 hours of continuing education training to just kind of keep up with our skills, in addition to running drills at the station or on scene, just in real life, I guess. So
thank you.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. On January 23rd of 2017, around 5:06 in the evening, were you notified to respond to a location specifically at 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills, which is the county of Los Angeles?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain how you're dispatched to a location?
Yes, ma'am. So we get that comes through our station alert alarm system. That call basically goes to our dispatch center, and then we get dispatched from the station, or if we're out and about training or something like that, we get it on our computer screen on the MDT, which is in our rigs, and then also on the radio. But in that case, we were dispatched from the fire station, and then that's probably all information that's given, that's filtered through our dispatch and whoever's handling that call, and what I guess they see, what level of care, what fire resource they need to send based off what's happening, I guess, on the dispatch side.
Ultimately, then, did you review and hear whether subsequently the 911 call that was initiated, which sent you to that location?
Not the all the information, I guess. Yes, from what.
Okay. If I may mark as People's One, it is a 3-page document. It's a transcript of a 911 call with the accompanying CD. I don't know if you want it as People's 1 and 2 or A and B.
Your choice.
Anything?
Make it 1 and 2.
Clerk? Okay. People's 1 will be the transcript. People's 2 can be the accompanying CD. May I pass the transcripts out?
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the transcript that's going to be given to you is not the evidence. It is the call itself that is the evidence. The transcript is just to assist you in listening to the call. At the end of the call, counsel, please retrieve People's 1. If I can have the original People's 1, 2, please. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
And then with the court's permission, I'll play the call. Thank you. Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the 911 call associated with this call that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds.
I'm sorry?
Please retrieve the transcripts.
Now, during the pendency of the call we just listened to, then, were you en route to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
That day, were you working with a partner or another team member?
Yeah. So on the rescue, it was me and another firefighter paramedic.
And who was that?
Brendan Liu.
Did you go straight to the location as soon as you got the call?
Yes.
Okay.
From our fire station.
When you arrived there, was there anybody else as far as medical support or police officers that arrived prior to you?
Call LAPD, and then there was another engine company so we responded as a rescue from our district, but the rescue in the district where it was happening, they happened to be out maybe on another medical call, so there was their engine there who was staffed with a captain, an engineer, and two firefighters and their EMTs, and at that time they kind of gave us an idea of what was going on, and they needed us to, basically assess and kind of for us pronounce or determine death, because they just needed us there for the assessment portion of it.
Okay.
Yep.
So when you arrived there was fire department paramedic personnel there.
Yes.
Now you mentioned LAPD. Was there any LAPD that you recall there?
At the time, yes, but there were, but I don't recall, how many units or anything like that. They had secured the scene for us to come in and do the medical portion.
Okay. Now can you just walk us through when you got there, what happened?
So when we got there, we got our medical equipment out, and then we met with the captain, who kind of there was another paramedic engine there, I should say, and that medic said basically, that the victim had penetrating trauma, and then so he needed us to hook our life pack up to run through a couple tests to basically determine that the victim wasn't going to be resuscitated on the field, which we proceeded to do. So we used our medical equipment. We checked for what we do in LA County, it's reference 814. So there are certain times when we will not work up victims, like if there are obvious signs of death, like crush, or if they're decapitated, things along that line. But for the victim, it was that he had a massive laceration and penetrating trauma to him, and then he was basically asystolic on the monitor, so he was flatlined. We listened to his lung sounds, we listened to his heart, everything was coming back negative, so we were able to basically pronounce him, dead at that time.
At that time?
Yes.
Can you describe, in a moment I'll get to a couple photos, can you describe then, did you enter the house through the front door, side door? How did you enter the house?
We went through the garage, I believe through the kitchen, and out to the back patio area.
Was there anything in particular you noticed on your route from the garage through the kitchen to the back patio?
Dark. It was dark at the time. The fireplace was still on. And then when we got there, obviously, large amounts of blood in the back patio area.
When you say the fireplace was on, was that inside the house?
Outside I think it was a pool area, back patio pool area.
Okay, was it like a fire pit?
Fire pit, excuse
Okay.
me.
I'm going to show you, if I may, Marcus, Peoples 2, a photograph, back patio with an individual lying over a chair.
People's 3.
3, sorry.
So Mark.
People's 3 up on the screen. Does this appear to be the scene that you witnessed as you arrived there?
Yes, ma'am. That would be it.
And if I may, Marcus, People's 4, a closer version of People's 3?
Yes.
People's 4. Again, again, is that an accurate depiction of how the scene appeared as you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
I may mark as People's 5, a different angle which shows the person on the chair with what appears to be a phone next to him.
You may.
People's 5, same thing, from a different angle. Is that the scene as you saw it?
Yes.
And then finally, People's 6, if I may mark it, is a close-up of the victim's face and torso, looking at his right side of his face with some
Yes.
light. And People's 6, is that an accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, as far as your expertise, you saw no signs of life. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who pronounced him deceased?
So I was doing the hands-on component with all the medical equipment, and my partner, who he typically you have the person doing the hands-on stuff, and the other partner is doing all the documentation, the radioing in with the base station hospital, and he pronounced and documented as such.
Now, when you got to this location, did you notice any other blood anywhere, any other evidence anywhere else throughout the house? And I have People's 3 up on the screen, but did you notice anything else in the house?
Ma'am, I remember there was blood in the kitchen, from what I recall. Like somebody had walked through it and then went through the kitchen, and then that's about what I remember. Countertop was kind of in disarray, and yeah.
And let me ask you, is it your role or your job then to document all the other evidence at the scene?
For us, mostly, ma'am, it's just the medical component.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Now, when you got there, was there any other individuals that appeared to be family members or anyone related to the victim at the scene?
Yes, ma'am. I remember the wife and I believe I think it was one of the daughters, a daughter on site, on scene.
And can you describe, do you recognize the wife in court?
It's been a couple years. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know?
I do not. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So, do you remember then, what you believe to be a wife and a daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Yeah.
do you remember anything about the reaction of those individuals?
The one thing that sticks out the most is, just a lot of what I remember from those years back is the daughters was very distraught. And in fact, we had stuck around a couple hours after for, probably for the reasons, just all the emotional things going on at the time, that we stayed for support.
And do you remember anything that sticks out about the wife?
I'm sorry, I do not recall.
Nothing caught your attention as overly distraught?
Sustained.
Did anything catch your attention emotionally about the wife, if anything?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't recall. I really just, it's been all those years, just remember the daughter, and that kind of sticks out a lot.
And where were those two individuals?
They were in the living room, adjacent living room, dining room, I guess, say.
And do you know what they were doing?
No.
Okay. So you stayed there for about a couple hours after, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then why did you stay for a couple hours?
We were just told, I want to say it was by our supervisor, the captain of the engine, to stay, just in case the family members needed to, just because of the emotional times, there for support, for grieving, and then also if anybody additionally needed to be transported to the hospital. So we stayed in the rescue, finished up our paperwork. I got everything set for our next call and stayed there.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. One moment. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Monica did not look happy that he didn't remember her being upset or in shock or anything.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Paramedic Hayashi, is that how you,
Yoshihashi.
Yoshihashi?
Yes, sir.
And your title, again?
Fire inspector?
Fire inspector.
Yes, sir.
Your job was to go there and see if you could render medical aid to the victim, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Yep.
That was your only job?
Yes, sir.
Did you prepare a report in this case?
So I hope I answered your question, but the only report was the one that my partner on the rescue, when he finished up with the medical findings, or like what we had done on site.
And the purpose of that report was to record the medical findings that you had made at the time of the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And I assume it was what you've just testified to here today.
Yes.
Did you move the body in any way during the course of your treatment of the victim?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that assumes facts not in evidence.
Again, I will not entertain your objection. Proceed.
Did you move the body in any way?
No, sir. We didn't physically move him. We just kind of worked around, like in terms of putting our EKG patches, you know, in terms of just looking at his eyes to make sure, we checked the eyes to make sure they're, you know, fixed and dilated versus reactive, listening to lung sounds, but we were able to do all that kind of where he lay. Yeah, over.
And when you say we, you had a partner with you?
Yes. The other paramedic that was with me, he was doing documentation. I was doing all the manual parts of it with the stethoscope and all that stuff, and the pen light. And
So would you do the treatment examination and then call out to him what you were finding?
yes,
And then he prepared the final report?
correct.
You know how long it took you to get to the scene after you first got the call?
I want to say, sir, it was within 5, if I remember correctly, 5-10 minutes. 5
Okay.
minutes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you did not take the 911 call.
That's correct.
So you were relayed information to go to the scene and do what you did.
Correct.
Now, when you got there, did you examine the body at all to determine if there were any visible wounds that you could find?
Yes, sir. I mean, just scanning around. Yes.
Okay, and what did you find, if you recall?
The main laceration to his neck, and I believe there was penetrating injuries to the torso, and then based off that, we kind of run down our criteria. As soon as it's penetrating, then we run down our checklist of items that we have, additional items.
Was there anyone from the police department there at the time you were conducting your examination?
They were on site, but no, they left us to do our medical, our job basically at the time. No.
So as far as taking photographs or examining the scene for evidence, you had no role in that?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't see anyone at that time from the police department examining the scene?
No, sir. Not at the time.
And you said you saw a couple of civilians there, is that right?
Family members.
Yes.
I believe the daughter. Yeah, and they were when we were doing our thing. They were in the living room area, I believe.
Were they accompanied or within the presence of officers?
Yes.
Did you prepare any report as to anything they said or did or their physical appearance or attitude?
No.
Okay. Everything you're testifying to is from your memory, is that correct?
That's correct.
You can't say as you sit here right now, even if you recognize the wife. It's okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. How did you know it was the wife?
You know, I think because the daughter, when she was there, she was screaming like "mommy." So, I was just, yeah.
So, Dan, I have to interrupt you. We're going to have to take our adjournment at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, the admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves. If anyone else
made
will
it.
express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you.
made
Try and
it.
be here on time. You know the elevators are slow. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow at 9. Inspector.
I'm just about done, and I understand he has somewhere to go tomorrow. Could you give me 30 seconds?
You've got 30 seconds, counsel.
Okay. What you
You didn't
remember is
make
is the daughter yelling and the mother consoling the daughter. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Anything on redirect?
No redirect.
I'm sorry?
No redirect.
Thank you, sir, and you are excused. And again,
Hi.
remember the admonition, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Oh boy, that was a long, long day. It felt even longer with the fact that they were having technical difficulties, but we made it through. Spoke a lot on my last break, so I don't have too much to follow up. But yeah, it definitely looked like Monica wasn't happy when he was asked what he remembers or things stuck out, and he talked about the daughter being upset, and that really stuck out, but he didn't really have any vivid memory of the wife being upset, and Monica looked like she took great offense to that. But it is what it is. You can't help what people remember. This was also 7 years ago, so there's going to be things lost along the way. This was it for him testifying, so tomorrow will be all new people. I said earlier today that it sounds like at least 20 people will be taking the stand during this trial, so there's a lot of people, a lot of moving parts, but this is the main trial I'm watching during the days, so this will be back on tomorrow. I already talked to you about times. It's all a little bit different since we're all in different time zones, but they're located in California, and it should be starting at 9:30 California time. So thank you so much for watching. Some of you were on for so long, even through all the technical issues that were beyond my control, but I really appreciate it. I hope you guys think this one's interesting as well. And I will probably be back on later tonight. I'm planning on going over another trial that we missed out on, and it's already queued up and ready to go in my upcoming lives. So if you want to check it out, I will see you there around 9. Thanks for watching.